And they kick open the door. The Taliban commander walks in and he sat me down. And he reads out, by order of the Taliban, you are hereby under arrest and charged for being foreign enemy combatant. I went, fuck, we've been kidnapped. And my face is looking like, you don't get it. We're dead. My son's 4th birthday was the longest day. Sitting in the darkness in my cell, I see my son wake up, run into mummy's bedroom. Where's daddy? And why hasn't he got me a present? And I saw him being put to bed by his mummy. And I'm seeing him thinking, the last thought this night is perhaps daddy doesn't love me. I come out to the compound and I look up and I see a guy with a knife. This is clearly my execution. And I say, look, I've got a real problem with my throat being cut. So, okay, if I'm shot in the head.
You go to Syria to confront the ISIS members that beheaded your friend James Foley.
He took almost psychotic pleasure in the captivity of the hostages. Another spectrum of violence. Kotey came in. Whole interview turned south very quickly with him. At one point, he's going, why are you taking it so personally? What's your problem? I went, tell you what my f***ing problem is, you mother f***. I watched you and your friends cut Jim's head off, and we stood up. Jim knew he was going to die. He wants to tell his mother. He wants to write a letter, but he can't, so he tells it.
But yeah, so for people, Sean, that aren't familiar with your story or your work, you are an award-winning documentary filmmaker and journalist.
Yeah.
You kind of, before the wars as well, but after the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq kicked off, you kind of became the go-to guy for the BBC and Channel 4 covering stuff about like insurgents and Islamic terrorists. And then, of course, in 2008, you were infamously kidnapped by the Taliban and held hostage for almost 4 months. Which is a crazy story on its own. But again, we're going to be talking about some of the other stuff that you haven't spoken publicly about. One of which is the your documentary that you did on the war in Ukraine called The Other Side, where you basically embed with Russian soldiers and talk to them on the front lines, which is crazy. And the other one is The Hostage Takers,
right,
which is where you go to Syria to confront the Beatles, is what they're known as, who are essentially the ISIS members that beheaded your friend James Foley.
Yeah,
which is a really gnarly piece.
Right.
So, dude, like as a lowly podcaster, like it's seriously, it's an honor to have you, man. Your work is incredible, and like thank you so much for coming out here from London and spending some time here. So it's awesome.
When you reel it off like that, it's like a bit sort of, it's not exactly like rom-com films I've been making, but yeah. Sort of shit happens.
Right. Well, the people that are watching this probably aren't watching to hear about the light stuff anyway. So,
well, I often find, and a lot of people who've worked in war zones, not only soldiers on the front lines, but NGOs, medical staff, there's a lot of dark humor. It doesn't translate back home to the Remps don't get it. The rear echelon type thing at home. Think you shouldn't laugh. And in fact, those who are spending their lives in war zones or famine zones, humours and the stuff of life is what keeps you going. So there is a lot of dark humour, but I try and temper that down because it looks like you're being glib.
Right. So yeah, let's just start kind of like set the stage for how you got into doing all this. But yeah, so how did you get into becoming a war correspondent?
Well, it's one of the most meritocratic or democratic parts of the industry of media, because if you're trying to get into whether it's TV or Hollywood, I imagine you need contacts and people help each other get in and people have advances. In a war zone, if you're in the right place at the right time, the New York Times or BBC don't care who you are, it's where you are. So in a way, in that sense, it's kind of open to anyone who's going to have the wherewithal to get to a place like that. Mine started, I was a print journalist writing lifestyle features in my 20s, interviewing EDM DJs, I think they're called now, is it electronic house music? And I reached that point, and I made a lot of money. I was sort of on TV, interviewing pop stars, celebrities, bored out of my mind. And I remember interviewing a DJ who was talking about beats per minute. And I thought there's more to life. And I think the next day, kind of just, and then I had a lucky break, so often in life. I was going to Kashmir, this is 1998, writing a feature for Esquire magazine, and there were 5 tourists, Western tourists, and I think 2 Americans, a British, German, backpackers in Kashmir. Now, this is before anyone had heard of Islamic extremism, terrorism. It was 1998. 5 tourists kidnapped in Kashmir, which is in the north of India, a troubled state, a Muslim state, and there was an insurgency going on. And they were kidnapped by, at that point, unknown Islamic extremists. So I was sent there for 3 weeks doing a human interest story with these British American families in search of their loved ones, these kids who've been kidnapped. And just a little side note, I'd been dumped by my girlfriend the week before. Now, when I was in London, freelance journalist, felt I could never leave London because, you know, if I left London, my career would end. When you get dumped by your girlfriend, career, things like that, are meaningless. Or I had this sort of broken heart. So there I am in Kashmir, and the BBC at this point, it was again just by chance in time. It was when you had suddenly small camcorders had been developed, were new to the market. Before that, in TV, it was a closed shop because it was camera crews with big cameras. Suddenly you had these small cameras. So the BBC developed something called video diaries, where they gave members of the public a camera and said, just film your life for a year. And it was quite revolutionary. They never gave it to journalists because they were too professional and edited their life. Turns out someone heard that I'm going to Kashmir, and they were like, it gave me a camera, realized he's not very professional. So I was the first, I was a journalist, they broke their rule because they realized this guy's not a professional, he doesn't know how to do news. So I had a camera with me. I was paid $1,000. I was supposed to spend 3 weeks there, and at the end of the 3 weeks with these families, the last day, someone came into the hotel and told them, look, I know the kidnappers. I can go and meet them to find if your loved ones, your kids are still alive. But they had to return to England. But because my girlfriend had left me, I thought, I don't give a, pardon my freedom. Can I swear on this? Yeah. I don't give a fuck about my job at this TV station. So I said, I'll stay. So I stayed in 6 months in Kashmir trying to meet the kidnappers who kidnapped these 5 backpackers and filmed everything. But I had no training, didn't know what to film. So I would film me having breakfast, or it was like I filmed a video diary of my life. And I forgot I'm there making a document. I wasn't there making a documentary. I had a clear goal to try and help these families, and I felt responsibility. And I woke up one morning consciously happy. And that's, I realized, when you find a vocation in your life, because I had a clear purpose and goal, found meaning. I really enjoyed the whole journalist side of it, filming it. And that was it. I found the love of my life, not my girlfriend. she is the love of my life, but I didn't realize it because I then married her. But I making these sort of documentaries, which were had to be real journeys. I didn't want to just make a story for the sake of it or go somewhere. But if you felt a connection, I had a real connection here. And I traveled into these mountains, the Hindu Kush, and got to meet, on my way to meet one of the kidnappers. And then the Indian army killed him about an hour before I got there, and I met them. Anyway, so those kidnappers, in the end, all the hostages were killed. But I came back to London. They turned it into a 3-part series on the BBC, and they kind of like, oh, you've invented this kind of new. At the time, BBC News sent a letter to BBC Documentary saying, at best, this will ruin the reputation of the BBC. At worst, cost people's lives. Because I was interviewing in these sort of news environment, terrorists, army, but asked them what they ate. And anyway, cut a long story short, there was my girlfriend came back to me. the BBC commissioned a series, and it started like this. It was like, oh, well, you were up in those mountains with Mujahideen. That went down really well. Why don't you go to Afghanistan? This was 1999. There's this group called the Taliban. And no, literally, it was mythical. It was like there'd be dragons beyond the horizon. There was so little known about. It was cut off from the rest of the world. And they went, well, you've just made this series in Kashmir. There's this group called the Taliban. So I went to Afghanistan, made the first documentary ever about the Taliban. First, because there was little interest. Secondly, because they banned filming. It was un-Islamic. So it was quite difficult filming. And I made 2 films for the BBC called Tea with the Taliban and Kabul Vice, which came out in 2001, a few months before 9/11. So then my career was the go-to guy for all things terrorist and Islamic related.
So what do you think it was like about that first trip that like gave you the bug? Was it like the culture or the adventure? Like what was it that was fulfilling and made you think I need to continue to do this?
The key element is doing a story that you feel is important. And people are embarrassed about trying to be too worthy. I remember as a young journalist, be too embarrassed. You should talk about, I'm a hack, not a writer. Or, well, I've reached that age where, you've only got so many years on this earth. Why am I going to make some crap reality TV show? I'd rather make something that touches one person's heart, changes an opinion, and war and conflict. You're dealing with real suffering, but real. Longer I've done it, it's for me. It's really important we can all have a little say, whether it doesn't matter if it changes the world or not. But you're talking about important subjects.
So yeah, let's talk about your first project with the Taliban then. Like, what was kind of the premise for the project? What were you doing there?
Well, so I'm talking about, here I am, rather serious about serious subjects. I'm a clueless. There's an American cartoon from the 50s or 60s called Mr. Magoo. Most of your audience won't know who it is. My brother says I'm Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo was this short-sighted, practically blind old man. And the shtick for the cartoon was he was always on the edge of danger he would be on the edge of a cliff, having a nice walk, not realizing he almost fell off. And he never quite. My brother said I was like Mr. Magoo, so not a serious journalist. So when I was in Kashmir, I remember I was up in the mountains looking for these kids who'd been kidnapped. Snow-peaked mountains. Mujahideen is like the Arabic for holy warrior, emerged from these woods behind me, and I'm filming. Now, a serious American anchor correspondent, Dan Rather, or the BBC's Johnson, would give a serious, or Christian Amanpour, to camera, would give a nice synopsis of the geopolitical situation and give a sense of it. But I looked at the camera and went, oh, they're behind me. I'm like in some cheap, vaudeville, oh, they're behind me. Oh, it's Mujahideen. Hope they don't kill me. So I'm in that's why I think the BBC went, at best, this will ruin the reputation of the BBC, because I lack the gravitas of former news correspondents. But I captured the reality of what's happening. And I remember that occasion. Now, this is before the Taliban. I'm in Kashmir. What saved me being Mr. Magoo was my ignorance and naivety. So also, I didn't understand the language. So I'm now surrounded by, they were Afghan, Arabs, and I filmed all of this. They'd say no filming. I carried on filming. And I remember my fixer being very relaxed, very calm. And the Mujahideen are shouting at me. And it was only 6 months later in the edit suite in London, I realized what was actually being said. So you hear these voices shouting, then you hear my voice when I'm in the edit suite, it's saying, is there a problem? But what they'd actually been saying, I then saw in subtitles, but it was like shouting at my feet, going, we fucking told you not to bring any foreigners here, Cameron, we're going to kill him. Then you hear my voice saying, is there a problem? And the fixer says to me at the time, he said, no, he's saying it's answering me, no problem, is there a problem? He said, no, it's all fine. So I was very relaxed, thinking it wasn't really a big problem. Next thing they said, which I discovered when we subtitled, it's like, we're going to fucking cut his head off. And then you hear me saying, is there anything I can do to help? And he's like, no. And my brother's watching that later going, oh my God, you're just like Mr. Magoon. I think that's what the BBC found quite attractive, that this guy doesn't. So they sent me to Afghanistan. But, I have done serious journalism. I'm sort of being slightly unfair on myself here. And this was 99. And when you crossed at that point, there was no flying. You had to drive along and you again, when you said, why did you fall in love with this? You had to drive at that point from Pakistan through the Khyber Pass. Now, the British had been there in the 1800s. And so you're driving along, and it's like the Kipling, this British writer, and The Man Who Would Be King is one of my favourite films. Sean Connery and Michael Caine, and they go in search of these lost lands. That you're driving through this real territory, and there are gravestones from 1814, some British soldier who'd been killed there. Years later, this all was like, wow, history with the wars here with the Americans, the Brits. And the Taliban looked like pirates. They had long black flowing beards, often an eye patch. They've been fighting the Soviet Union. I remember my first sight of a Taliban, he looked like Blackbeard the pirate. Eye patch things, and they all had black coal, this eyeliner. And it was like, this is, and there was no road. The road had been destroyed during the war against the Soviet Union. And when you arrived in Kabul during the Taliban, very little lighting, there was hardly any electricity. The Taliban are great at fighting, but not very good at running countries. I don't know about now, I don't want to be unfair on them, but I don't know how, but at that point, it was almost medieval. And then you arrived in Kabul and it looked like Stalingrad, just flattened. And I remember what I found unimaginable. So this was 1999 and 2000. I was there. They kept kicking me out for filming. And you'd have to leave, get a new visa in Peshawar, or Pakistan, and then come back in. And a few things I remember. So 2000, a year before 9/11, I was in Jalalabad, and you'd go to the market, the bazaar, with my fixer to just buy some fruit or shawal kameez, the local costume, and he'd be saying hello to these Arabs. I'm like, there's a lot of Arabs around here, and what are they all doing here? And my fixer said, well, that guy we met buying the orange, well, he's from Egypt, and he's expert in fertilizer bombs. And that guy you met there from Islamic Jihad or this. And I was realizing in Jalalabad especially, in Osama bin Laden, near Darunta Dam, it was near my hotel, the Spingar Hotel, this beautiful old building in Jalalabad. Just up the road was one of Osama bin Laden's houses. And there were Al-Qaeda bases everywhere with guards. And I was like, this is a terrorist training campus, like a camp from the world. Terrorists from all over were coming to train and cross-fertilize. And I remember thinking, growing up watching Hollywood movies, that you imagine the people who run the world, the CIA, British intelligence, I was like, well, I'm an idiot journalist. I can see this happening. I mean, it's the thousands of them, and they were training. I was thinking, but the people running the world, our guys, must know what's going on, must be all over. And of course, we find out that maybe one or two knew, but somehow we let that develop under our noses and grow. I remember seeing Osama bin Laden. He was in a convoy of about 15 brand new Toyota Land Cruisers, all with aerials, stopped because they saw me filming on the side of the road in Jalalabad. All came out with guns. And luckily, my fixer was quite well known, and Osama knew his brother. So he went and talked to my fixer, and he just drove off. But so I remember at that time going, this is going to bite us on the nose. And, that this is something that you just can't allow happening in the world without it having ramifications.
So at the time, like, it did seem to you like, I guess to your point, you're thinking to yourself, like, yeah, the big intelligence agencies, like, if I'm here seeing this in person, they surely know about it.
It was it was not underground. It was just like a campus.
Right.
People gathering to swap ideas, learn, train. Yeah.
But did it seem like they could actually, like, do some damage and be a threat on the world stage, or did it seem like more of like a fringe group at the time?
When you're there, nothing fringe, because you're in a city, big town, say like Jalalabad, And then Jalalabad, as if you look at a map, if you come in to Afghanistan, it's the first city on the east of Afghanistan when you're coming in. And then you keep driving into the mountains up to Kabul. And when you're seeing roadblocks everywhere, bases, training camps, jeeps, it didn't feel fringe. No, I had no conception of or idea that this was going to be like obviously to planes, but no, it didn't feel fringe. And at that time, there had already been two Al-Qaeda attacks in the US embassies in Africa, a ship when they attacked a US warship. You 100% clear that they were there because they made it public. This was a global jihad they were training for. So yeah, it felt very much this was going to rebound on all of us.
But like, and I'm sure people are thinking to themselves, like, how the hell does Mr. Magoo convince these guys to let them film, especially when film is banned by the Taliban at the time? But like, my question is, like, during this time before the war, are they paranoid yet? Like, are they practicing tradecraft where they're thinking that you're a spy, or like, what was their mindset at the time?
So we avoided the Arabs at all costs, Al-Qaeda. Even though, and the Taliban, I got a soft spot for the Taliban. Afghans are just so lovely. And they're very charming and companionable. And they're real rural peasants, a lot of them. So at that time, I was using secret cameras as well. The BBC, it was all over the world, undercover reporting. So you'd have a backpack with a pinhole mic camera or some other hidden, which I stopped using. I don't think it's necessary because you small camera like this, people relax. But at that time, you had to do it in Afghanistan. And I would take a camera out. So the Al-Qaeda would have been really suspicious, but they weren't making, they avoided showing off too much, so showing out too much. So they wouldn't be, you tend not to meet them. You drive past their base, but we'd hide the camera. Taliban checkpoints, what I loved about them is being Afghans. There was an old British army saying you can never buy an Afghan, but you can rent one. They would ban you or arrest you for filming. This is why I call the film Tea with the Taliban. They get really angry, like with guns. What are you doing filming? And then you sit down, have a cup of tea. Then you're like, you're our brother. Go on, you can film, but don't tell my commander. Or you bribe a little. So I remember at checkpoint where there was video and audio tape being like just they confiscated from people driving. I was filming at this checkpoint illegally. I remember some locals saying to the Taliban, "What are you doing that foreigner?" They said, "We've arrested him for filming," and I'm filming this whole incident. In Kabul, what was amazing, this was the Taliban for you, you had to be assigned a minder, and filming was banned. A local minder, they call it translator. Couple of problems with this was they couldn't find any real Taliban young kids who could speak English. So all the translators were from the former communist regime families, Najibullah, come on. So they didn't like the Taliban, the translators working for the Taliban. Again, being Afghan, you had to pay $10 a day for the translation services of these Taliban translators. And for $10, you couldn't film anything because all filming was haram, banned. If you paid $15 bribe, you could film living things, trees. I'm like, I can't make a documentary about trees. $30, you start to get some good stuff. People on the streets. $50, they took me, I think $100 a day. I was getting to the front lines where the Taliban were fighting the Northern Alliance. And that's where I met Arabs in the trenches. And the frontline troops, this is my first experience of frontline troops. The Taliban didn't give a fuck about their own laws. They're like, get your camera out. And I'd put the monitor on them. They'd be like, look, Mohammed's made me really good looking. And all the Taliban, people who banned filming on the front line, they were all coming out the trenches to look at themselves. And they would pose like these Victorian, because they think it was often a photograph, so they'll go, I'm like, you can move, it's video. Yeah. So they didn't seem to care about their own law on the front line. I think $150, I ended up filming in underground girls' schools where females, young girls were running schools. So you could literally, I'm sure if I'd carried on paying, I would have gotten into the Osama bin Laden. But so, yeah, that was immediately as well why I felt I liked Afghanistan, because here's a place I could work. They weren't these officious, like, okay, here's your parking ticket. There was always a way of bending rules, and I liked it. So I was able to make this documentary, which of course they then hated. I was then banned but I couldn't have made it without them turning a blind eye, taking a few backhanders. But yeah, didn't always go well though. I mean, I got arrested. There was a few times I got into trouble.
Yeah, there was one time in particular that I could think of. It didn't go very well, but we'll talk about that one a little later.
Right.
But can you tell the story that you started telling me last night about when you said you came closest to death, your closest call?
Yeah. So I think it's just probably one of the closest moments I've come to being killed. I mean, I've had a few, but so one day in Kabul, wanted to go to so they were notorious for public executions in the football stadium. There were so many myths and rumors about the Taliban at the time. Very little known was, had they banned kite flying, football. So they hadn't banned football, or soccer as you call it here, but they had banned cheering, it turned out, and all the football players had to have long shorts and beards. But every Friday, which is their weekend, there was public executions. There may be, so you wouldn't know if there's a football match or a public execution in the football stadium. And I tried to film these executions, and then decided I'll get an interview with the judge, the Taliban judge in charge of it, and he's called Qisas, public retribution. So the judge in charge, I think he up to 6,000 Afghans have been killed, not all in this stadium, and he was the judge in charge. So we drove to his office, and he wasn't there. And so going back to the hotel, and the hotel was this old Soviet-era, Soviet-built, really horrible, brutalist concrete, but there was no electricity. It had been blown up a lot in the civil war against the Russians. That's where I was staying. Driving back at night, and there's no street lights, the driver lights up a joint. And he's driving, and my fixer next to him. My fixer says, "Oh, Mr. Sean, is that okay? Do you mind?" And me being the cool, I was only about 35, but I didn't want to be uncool. I went, "Yeah, cool, I don't mind." I'm like the liberal, cool music. Of course he could smoke. And then the fixer's having a little smoke. He says, "Do you want one?" I again had this ridiculous, gets me in trouble. Do you want to appear uncool or a chicken, or I'm not? Because I don't actually like dope. It's not really, it sends me to sleep. So I would normally wouldn't want to take any, but I didn't want to look uncool. So I went, "Yeah, okay." Because he said, do you not smoke? I went, of course. I was at university. Of course, I got a degree in media. I know how to. So, of course, what I didn't know, that Afghan hashish is 10 times stronger than anything you would have had in England I would have had growing up. Afghan black, it's called. So I had one little puff and 2 puffs, and I'm looking at the nighttime stars in the Hindu Kush. I'm like, oh my God, I am fucking out, stoned. It's so strong. I am seeing stars, but they're real, but they're just get back to this hotel, which is dark, cavernous. And the front desk guy is literally shaking. He goes, Mr. Sean, the judge in charge of Qisas is here to see you. And it's like, oh my God, the Taliban judge in charge of public executions has turned up. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm stoned. And I immediately get the giggles. And I look at my fixer like, oh my God, I can't do this. And for some reason, we found out he turned up, wanted to do an interview. But it's because his family from some village had turned up in Kabul. So he wanted to impress them. Look how important I am. The BBC want to interview me. I'm like, what I found so funny was that, why did you have to, he's in charge of all these executions. Why am I going to make him look more impressive to his family? But he was in this big dining room, and the Taliban had set up a table. So I walk into a dining hall, and it looks like the Last Supper, Leonardo da Vinci. There's a long tablecloth, the judge with his flowing beard and shawls at the end. He's sort of beckoning me to come forward because he's going to grant me this interview, this important interview with his family. Look how big he is. And he's got his family there, but all the Taliban guards who are the really serious, and they're all looking at me, this unbeliever, this foreigner. So I'm beckoned forward, and of course I'm told no cameras. So it's like, it was completely pointless interview, and I sit there. It's just to impress his family. And he says, well, no camera, but I will now explain, being a wise judge, the problems in the Middle East and in the world in general. And being Afghan, they like sort of using metaphors, and they're taught this in the madrasa. So he says, let me educate you what's wrong about the Jews and the Muslims. And he picks up from the table the salt cellar. So these are the Jews. And he picks up the pepper, and these are the Muslims. And then he starts this long lecture on the problem, but he's moving around the salt, being stoned. I'm like, oh, fuck. I get very confused. I forget it's the salt cellar of the Jews or the pepper, the Muslims or the Jews. And so I have no idea about this lecture about Israel, Afghanistan, because like, oh, God, where are the swords? And I said, I'm terribly sorry, Your Honor. I don't mean to interrupt. Now, interrupting a Taliban judge is not good. I said, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. I forgot the Jews, the salt or the pepper. And he's like, okay, you're fine. And he says, the salt of the Jews, picks up the salt, and picks up the pepper, the Muslims. I think, thank you very much. And he carries on talking. He moves around. It's like trying to follow one of those sort of tricks in the streets, and you're moving cups and things. And then they talking about Iraq, and I'm like, oh God, he's got the salt. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. And as I say, I'm really sorry, I catch the eye of my fixer who's looking at me like, this guy kills people. And he's trying to tell me that second as you catch each other's eyes, if you laugh one more time, he's going to kill us. And I study, it's like when you're back at school, and if the teacher says the next boy or kid who laughs is in detention, I was always that person who laughed, and I'm stoned, and I start giggling and laughing again. And now so the Taliban, like, this guy's taking a piss, and all the guys just literally just, and because I'm stoned, I couldn't help but find it. And again, the fixer looks at me, and later on he confirmed this. And at this point, he did say, he said, if you laugh one more time, we're dead. Trying to hold it together. And now the judge thinks I'm taking the piss. So he agrees one more time. The salt, the Jews, puts it down. The pepper, the Muslims. But he's looking at me like, if you fucking laugh. And I'm just doing it, going, please, God, don't make me laugh. And I just lost it. I couldn't remember who was who. And anyway, what saved my life was I ran out laughing. Loss of face is a really bad thing amongst Arabs and Afghans. It was such a loss of face for him. So they have to have a way out. And my fixer, luckily, just thought brilliantly on his feet. My poor foreign journalist is really sick. He's had to rush to the toilet. We're so sorry. So everyone just accepted that excuse, much better than the fact that I'm just laughing at him. And I was in the toilet laughing. The judge and all the Taliban put their head around the toilet going, hope you're feeling better. I'm like, thank you, Judge. Anyway, so that's how, didn't get the interview, but I got out of there alive. Yeah. The moral is don't take drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I had a few, few close shaves in those first. I went in and out for 2 years making that film, 2 films.
So like, how were they, at the time, like how were they doing those like public style executions?
I mean, so there were, and of course there was, later on it came out, I think that judge was later on arrested because taking bribes. There were women who were taken into the center circle of the football pitch, soccer pitch is the center circle. That's where people were shot in the back of the head. They'd be driven on by a Toyota pickup truck, Hilux. Woman in a burqa, shot in the back of the head. Some women I know filmed this, which world saw some of the infamous videos. There was a number. So I once snuck in to. They had the religious police called the Office for the Prevention of Vice and the Promotion of Virtue. It's like this Orwellian sounding. They have the same police in Saudi Arabia, a great ally. But so I managed to get into with a secret camera, and this was again death obviously would have been killed if we'd been caught. I had an amazing fixer. So we get into in Kabul, a sort of prison of the police, the vice and virtue police. So they had all these people who'd been arrested. Now the crimes were the list of crimes was so convoluted and long. You could get having the beard too short, women holding hand with a man in public, listening to Western style music. But no one knew the rules so I managed to get an interview with the head of the Vice and Virtue Police, and I'm filming it on a secret camera whilst the prisoners were looking, and he was reeling off to answer your question about what they were executing for. So there was whole thing. He had this long list, and it began, like unmarried couple in car holding hands, 20 lashes. Listening to Western music, 10 lashes with a whip. Homosexuals, I just love the idea of the law coming up with this. They would have a wall pushed over them. Now, there's been some debate, but the judges who'd come up with this law, the Taliban judges, was to push a wall over homosexuals, a brick wall. If they survived, there was a debate, well, that meant Allah had forgiven them. So they then, and I was like, who's thinking of this? And he was going through that, and it was this whole thing. Those who stopped believing in Islam were given 3 days to consider. He said, because, we're not irrational, we're not extreme. Islam is a religion of peace. We give them 3 days to consider. I said, what happens after that? He said, we kill them. I then asked about, that's when he told me about the homosexuals, and he's about religion of peace and calm, but, there's a lot of ways you could be killed under their laws. So there was various things, shooting, public stoning for adultery. So there was a long list. There wasn't that many in Kabul, the executions, because, but yeah, that was some of the executions, stoning, shooting in the head, and this macabre thing of having a wall pushed onto you.
Damn. You ever go to, like, the soccer pitch? And
So I went 3 or 4 times trying to film it. No, so I never saw, and I'm glad, never saw public. There's certain things in life you don't need to see to have any understanding of life or knowledge. But yeah, so I haven't seen executions. I'd been in places where you've seen aftermaths of executions. People having been shot or something.
And what about you were telling me last night how they banned cheering?
So at the football stadium, trying to film an execution, they have a game of football. Now, the previous week, this was like a Monty Python, that British comedy thing. It was so surreal. There was a real darkness. It was like a Kafkaesque fear. People were in real fear. It was like, so in the stadium, I read in Western newspapers how they banned football, but no, the football game was going on. But every time there was a goal scored, no one cheered. And people said, no, they've banned cheering. The Taliban would drive into the stadium in their pickup jeeps, park around the sides, and just sit all along the line. And during this game, some football player, there was a lot of fear that day because the previous month, a visiting football team from Pakistan turned up, but were arrested by the Taliban, their feet beaten, because they turn up with soccer shorts that were too short and their beards weren't long enough. That was like the Monty Python sketch. They were measuring beards. I used to get stopped by the Vice and Virtue Police on the streets who would order me to grow my beard. And I would say, sorry, I'll grow it. And they would drive off and good boy, the whole thing was kind of weirdly scary, but terrifying for women. I mean, the women I met in running the underground schools, I was just in awe of, because they were having to teach 7-year-old girls how to go to school, like you might teach tradecraft to spies or terrorists would be taught. They'd be told, if you're stopped by a Taliban and he asks where you're going, don't say you're going to school. 6-year-old girls were learning this tradecraft. And the young women running this school would be risking minimum imprisonment, punishment, beatings, or worse. But they were still doing it. I remember interviewing this young, beautiful woman who was wearing a burqa, and she's condemning the Taliban. and then she suddenly lifts the burqa off, and there's this lovely face. And I'm like, I can't show your face. She goes, I want the world to see my face, and starts crying, condemning the Taliban for being un-Islamic. And of course, with the BBC, we couldn't show her face. We had to pixelate. So, I'm laughing. There was some really serious, and this is now being repeated, something I've discovered in my life. If you live long enough, there's these cycles. When we went into Afghanistan, that became not the reason for the invasion, but later on that we were there for girls' education and to improve. And now, by all accounts, Afghanistan is reverting. It seems even worse in some respects to this gender apartheid, women not allowed out of the house, obviously schools. But that was what it was like when I was there, yeah.
What's up, guys? Are you still carrying around the crusty old wallet that you've had since high school? It's time for an upgrade. This is my Ridge wallet. It's sleek, minimalist, and it can still hold up to 12 cards, and it has a cash trap in the back as well. These are made from premium, high-quality materials like carbon fiber, stainless steel, and titanium, so they're built to last. And they also come with a lifetime warranty, meaning this is the last wallet you ever need to buy. And it's not just about looks. Sitting on a bulky wallet all day is terrible for your back. So a slimmer Ridge wallet helps you keep your posture balanced and your back pain free. And two things I think are really cool about this is it comes with RFID protection to protect you from digital pickpockets and scammers. And you can also get an AirTag attachment where the cash strap is, just in case you lose your wallet. So for a limited time, our listeners are getting 10% off Ridge Wallet if you use code DFP at checkout. All you need to do is head to ridge.com/DFP and use code DFP and you're all set. So after you purchase a wallet, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please do me a favor and support the show and tell them that we sent you. I don't know about you guys, but I have an exceptionally hard time finding jeans that I like. They're either too skinny, too baggy, or the leg opening's too big. It looks like I'm wearing my mom's bootcut jeans. So these are the perfect jean. These are their slim fit, so it's the best of both worlds for me. Not too skinny, not too baggy either. They're super comfortable. They're not going to crush your nuts or give you like a saggy diaper butt in jeans. And they're surprisingly stretchy and soft. You could do all kinds of stuff in them, bend down, do what you got to do. And the crazy part is that they're only $79.99, so they're way more affordable than your typical pair of jeans. So for a limited time, our listeners are getting 15% off plus free shipping if you go to theperfectjean.nyc and use code Dalton15 at checkout. That's 15% off for new customers at theperfectjean.nyc with promo code Dalton15. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support the show and let them know that we sent you. Back to the show. Okay, so you do your first project in 99. You said you were there on and off for 2 years. 9/11 happens in 2001.
Yeah, it was I made a 5-part series, 2 of which were about the Taliban. But I then also went for the same series to Iraq under Saddam Hussein's time. Then I was in Iran, finally Gaza, where I interviewed the head of Hamas. That all came out. You know how that came out was weird? The producer, my exec of the BBC, and this is how it works in life. You've got broadcasters nowadays. Everyone's very risk averse. You have focus groups, what's trending. And I was blessed to have, at the time, the BBC, one exec who had the power to commission. I never forget his line. It was a glib line, but he said, Sean, we liked your thing in Kashmir with the Mujahideen. Go to the Taliban, there's this group, and then also cross the Middle East. It's like mad mullahs. Is there anything to worry about? That was just kind of his working title. That was the basis of my 5-part series. And I'll never forget, because it came out just before 9/11. I would then ring him up years later and say, yeah, to answer your question, I think there is something to worry about. But it aired just before 9/11. And that's when I realized, funnily enough, talking about the terrorist training you assume the world knows, someone from BBC sales technical department came up to me in the BBC after 9/11 and said, God, your film and all the rush, there's a lot of buyers for it. And then we found out it was like Department of Defense, State Department, Pentagon. There was so little footage, awareness that they were going around the world buying up whatever they could. And so they were like all these think tanks in America, military, various agencies were desperate to get their hands on anything because I had footage of training, all this stuff. It was clearly they didn't, and they were on a fast learning curve. And subsequent years. So anyways, that was after 9/11. I was then, getting lots of work.
So when, were you kind of just bopping back and forth between Iraq and Afghanistan after 9/11?
So I don't like doing news. And because I spent 2 years making that documentary, I was in no hurry. I knew this was going to be, so, my girlfriend, this whole journey really began in Kashmir in 98 before 9/11, which was, slightly, I was set off on this journey because my girlfriend had dumped me. I felt no need to be in London. She came back after this thing, and we, in fact, before I went off to do the Taliban film, proposed to her. So after 9/11, I came back to London, got married, and then immediately went back. So when she was going out with me, her big problem when I was a prisoner was that we led boring lives. I never traveled. Why don't we travel more? I get married and I'm traveling rather a lot. And she said, you're never at home and you seem to spend more time with the mujahideen than me. I would rather you have a mistress. So I would go off. So the invasion in Iraq, I knew, this is the other thing about, I don't like doing news. This news site, it's like a machine, feeding the machine. And what I like about doing documentaries, or I don't write books, but I think it's the same. When you're doing a longer project, you can sit back, and this is why podcasts, I think, are so successful. You can have an in-depth conversation. I knew when that statue of Saddam fell that was the end of an invasion, not the war. So that's when I went out. But I could barely get any commissions. People were saying, Sean, Baghdad, been there, done that. The war's over. And I was getting reports from my contacts I'd developed already that, no, the war hasn't started. You should go to a place called Fallujah or Ramadi. So I literally arrived in Baghdad as thousands of journalists were packing up to go back. And as a lesson in life, I realized often this media machine comes into a place like a swarm of locusts and then shoots off again. Next story, where's the other war? But taking a slightly long form, I knew straight, and I started going to Fallujah, Ramadi. This is in Iraq now. This is late 2003, early 2004. It's a short period of time because within a month, if I'd been in Fallujah, you get strung up. But I was able to film there, and I could see it. Just this occupation was going really wrong, really quickly. And so I was in Iraq with American soldiers, 10th Mountain. I remember being with, they were quite fun, in Fallujah and Ramadi. My wife calling me, saying she was almost going into labor. No, it was a good time. It wasn't quite as late as that. And I got back in time. So I started, and then she divorced me. And there's nothing like broken heart and divorce to send you right into frontline. So I then was in Afghanistan, 2005, 2006. And I realized, looking back in my life, how I was a bit like Icarus flying closer to the sun. I'm doing more and more, and it was partly because the wars were getting worse and there was more and more fighting. I was doing more and more frontline stuff with soldiers in combat. So that was the beginning of that period, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I wasn't really switching between Iraq. I did Iraq once. I spent 6 months in Iraq. Then I was in Afghanistan, just drawn into that war. So I was there 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, making films.
What did the American soldiers think of being in Iraq at the time when you were asking about it?
It's really interesting. I remember late 2003. To be honest with you, I think got to know a lot of soldiers over the next 5, 7, 10 years. I think many felt lied to and cheated to. Right at the beginning in Iraq, you getting quotes, young soldiers about Iraqi freedom. It was that whole post 9/11. That's why we're here. And it was in the years to come as the whole fake WMD stuff. The going into Iraq. They became more and more disillusioned. Iraq, though, was just a tough. It's the heat, the desert, the nature of the fighting. Every time there was no sense of ever sort of achievement. Every time I'd go out in a place like Ramadi and Fallujah. It's just unrelenting. They knew that every time they'd go out, they get hit or IEDs. It was pretty grim. And the initial, I caught the tail end of that initial fervor post of the invasion where they were like, freedom, Iraq. By mid-2004, when they were having to go into Fallujah, the US Marines, that had all gone. It was now a grind, and just getting through it, I think.
Didn't you step on an IED in Fallujah too?
So I think that was with the 10th Mountain. I was standing there in the high street in Fallujah, and it was just a fest. They were clearing out this with like a big industrial digger, the central barrier on the road, because it was just pockmarked full of IEDs. The Iraqis just put, and I was standing with these guys shooting the breeze, having a cigarette, and this sergeant, I'll never forget, said, "Don't move your foot," and he saw two wires just beneath, and where I was in awe of these men. He got down. He got down on all fours. Said, "Don't move." And I'm like, "Oh my God, this guy's never met before." And his face is inches away from, and it was an IED. And they just looked at it, and he realized it was. I don't know if he could see it wasn't connected. He just said, "Move your phone." I'll never forget how I've had this experience a few times. Time stands still, and a week can feel like a lifetime or a second. So all I know is I'm told to don't move, and I see wires. Something beneath my foot, and this American sergeant getting down to check. And I'm scanning, looking for some guys, looking at me, and of course, take my foot off, there's nothing, and they then dig it up and detonate, or they put something in and blow it up. And they were saying to me, we don't know if maybe it hasn't been connected yet, or someone hasn't got eyes on. And I was imagining, was someone looking at me, thinking, "You're not a soldier, so I won't kill you today." I never knew. And then we hid behind a Humvee, they blurred up, and there's shrapnel flying everywhere, and everyone's laughing. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. And it's like I'm now, because as I remember that, just another moment where, and it was just the adrenaline. That was I remember that I just spent one day, and what I'm thinking about is, to me, I look back, it was a privilege to be allowed into the lives of these American soldiers. And I met, what's fascinating, previously as a tourist, I'd come to America, you go to New York or LA or Disneyland. But by filming in Iraq, Afghanistan, I'm sort of doing my hand, because you're actually traveling across America to all the heartland where soldiers. So I've got friends from Tennessee, upstate New York, Florida, Texas, all the places I may not have gone as a tourist, I can now stop off across America. And this is what I loved, is friends for life. I can be in Idaho, and they're like, "We'll come and pick you up and look after you." And that's by meeting them in shitholes in Iraq, and lovely place in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
No offense to Iraq. So I forgot that one. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I was just remembering another time, actually, because the most dangerous thing in Iraq was the mob, I found personally. And I was in Ramadi filming a mob saying "Death to America, death." Again, this was it was a couple of American Humvees. And there's an American base in Ramadi who had eyes on this mob. I met one of the soldiers who later on said he saw me, and he was like, "That whoever that reporter is, he's fucking dead, and we can't come and save him." Because I was filming a demonstration. I was actually also in town trying to meet local insurgents. But whilst I was there, I was filming this. And of course, when and they were like, death to America, death to America. And when the Humvees, the Americans pulled out, this demonstration got nowhere to go. And it's looking at, then I'm the only person of interest there, and I'm filming. Someone gave me great advice that when you're confronted with a crowd like that, the last thing you do is pull your camera down or run away. You keep, and you look for the hardest guys there, and you go right up. So there was a guy with a knife and a gun. I'd be like, do an interview with him. And all the minnow fish are around the big guy. And that was kind of keeping me alive. And I'm looking out the corner of my eye and I'm seeing knives. And then this guy comes right up to the camera with a grenade. Says, I'm ready to die for Islam. He puts his finger in the pin. And he doesn't mean to do it. He's showing me but I'm like, his arm's like that. And it's a crowd. Anyone pushes his elbow. And you see my hand come over the camera. Like, I'm like, I'm not ready to die for any religion. And I thank you for the interviews. And I'm now backing off. And this thing is now a mob with nowhere to go. And it's always the kids. Children start throwing orange peel at me, kicking me. And I get into a little shop on the corner of Ramadi, and they got these metal gates. So they closed it for my own safety. And as I always do, I think it's what gives my films are badly made, but they capture stuff happening. And I'm just keep filming, and I'm in shock. And you see the mob outside trying to get in. And it was the insurgents who were watching this, one of whom I'd interviewed in the crowd, who got me out there, who saved my life. And they came in, they said, no filming, don't film this. And they walked me through the crowd, pointing guns at people. And I get out of Ramadi. So, yeah, every time you went into Fallujah or Ramadi, you escaped with your life. Just about, yeah.
Anything else stand out from that time period up until 2008 from either Iraq or Afghanistan before your kidnap?
Yeah, well, so Iraq I just found really tough. I never had an emotional, it's got nothing to do with the place or the people. You know, individuals, we connect to certain places more. You know, people go to Italy, love that, or Spain, or Mexico. With Afghanistan, I had a real long, ongoing love affair with that place. Loved the place and the people. I think it's Iraq's quite harsh, flat desert temperature. Afghanistan's got mountains, glacial lakes, rivers, desert. So it's just landscape, and I connect with the people. So I was spending really most of the time there. But where I realized with hindsight, this is what I meant by Icarus, getting close to the sun, you start to acclimatize too much to a sort of crazy. So a few things, there were warning signs of where I was going to end up dead or kidnapped, which, I mean, when I say warning signs, I mean very specific, and not to have seen them and reacted to them is to my shame, because I'm a father. So, I mean, I'm trying not to laugh because, you know, when people talk about warning signs, some things are a bit subtle. You may not see them without hindsight. But okay, I get what I'm talking about is I was filming, I made two documentaries, one called Fighting the Taliban with British Army in what was one of the biggest battles of their time in Afghanistan. But I was also trying to film with the Taliban. Now, with the filming with the American soldiers or British was a real deep, pleasurable experience, because I meet these people from all over America, Britain, who are sacrificing so much, and they were just amazing people, and I clicked with them. That was a really fulfilling experience. When I was with the Taliban, because for their security and my security, you didn't hang out. You literally get blindfolded, back of a car in a trunk, drive somewhere, because they're worried you're part of a setup by special forces to kill them. They think you're a spy. The whole thing was inducing, like ulcer inducing. But you'd get out of the car, grab an interview, and get the fuck out of there before you don't know. So, but I was doing, that was part of my shtick. I would want to interview the US, British combatants, civilians, and the insurgents to get a 360-degree picture of the war. One day I'm in Helmand, and the Taliban has said, okay, and it was in Lashkargah in Helmand, but near where the British HQ was, they said, go to a spot. And I thought 20 Taliban would turn up. And I'm in a compound, and it's only about 10 minutes away from the British base. It's about 60, 70 Taliban roll in, RPGs, and it was a show of force letting me know, look, we've run this place. And I'm interviewing these guys, and there's a guy with a big knife, and you just have it. And again, this is I'm filming, and I look back at these films. I think this is maybe why I don't watch. I'm like, that's why my unique selling point at that time at Channel 4, this British broadcast, was Dead Man Walking. I mean, so I look back, and there's a guy with a big knife. I'm like, oh, what's that? He goes, don't worry, this is what I used to kill Americans, not you. And I'm laughing, ha ha. The commander, again, thinking I'm like Mr. Magoo here, he actually took pity on me. At the end of this filming, he sat me down. This is 2006. He says, look, I feel you should know this. You seem quite a decent guy. Before you came down to Helmand to meet us, we took a vote, the Taliban, his local shura. Shura is like a gathering, the running, the bosses, the government council. We took a vote on whether to kill you, to kidnap you, or let you do the interview. And he said, this time the vote went your way. That's why you're here interviewing us. And he looked at me and he said, but you'll never know which way the vote goes till you get here. I remember thinking, fuck, never do this again. This is where you just get 3 weeks later, I'm doing another interview with Taliban. I'm not smiling anymore. I'm ashamed, because I'm a father. What I wasn't thinking clearly about the preciousness of life or the suffering you're going to cause others. A week later, I'm in a compound in Kandahar now, and this local fixer said to me, don't worry, it's all good. I know the Taliban commander, he's an uncle of mine. So I'm in a compound in this little mud hut inside a bigger compound, and we hear motorbikes, and it was again like about 50, this horrible noise. And whenever I was about to meet the Taliban, I had to batten down the emotional, psychological hatches, because it's like you don't want to jump, and that because they're frightened and scared and trigger happy. So I'm like preparing myself, and I knew they're going to come in because I can hear the motorbikes, and they suddenly come in because they're scared as well. They're paranoid that at any moment they're going to get whacked by Hellfire missile, special forces coming in, operators, which is happening a lot down there. So they think I'm a setup. So anyway, they park their bikes, and I'm sitting in a little mud hut in the middle of this compound with little glass windows, so I can see them coming in, and the door is here and it's shut, and they kick open the door. Taliban comes in with a AK-47 and just rifle butts my fixer, who falls to the ground. And my thought, I go into sort of, part of my panic is I laugh. My thought is, what is that? Is that your uncle? It's like, you've told me your uncle. So I remember thinking, that fixer said, don't worry, it's my uncle in the Taliban. It's like, well, he's just hit you in the face. Because of course the fixer had said, don't worry, it's because they're always trying to wing it. I'm paying him money. The fixer don't pay terrorists, but I'm paying my local translators to get me interviews. So he's clearly, there's something that's gone wrong. So he's lying on the ground, gurgling. Taliban come in, put us up against the wall. There's me now with my main fixer, and they are where you are with guns. One of them had a PK, which is a Russian 50 cal, pointing at me. Taliban commander comes behind them, and they just do this. So I'm up against the wall. This is only about 2 weeks after Taliban had told me not to try this for my own safety. I'm up against the wall, and I look to my fixer, who's doing his last rites prayers in Islamic. Allah, like that. I become, in my moments of death, and I'm not even very English. Now, the English don't like causing a scene. If you're on the underground, someone steps on your toe, you apologize. And we're always saying sorry. Fuck knows why. I'm up against the wall, and I've got a question, a very pressing, but I don't want to interrupt my fixer's last prayer. So I'm so sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. And he's like, what? And I say, I don't mean to interrupt. Is this an execution? He looks at me like, oh my God, that is the dumbest question. Well, what else is it? And I get the giggles. Because it's like, no kidding, what else? Well, these guys we're up against the wall. You're doing your prayer before meeting God. So I start laughing again. The Taliban commander behind this firing squad is like, oh my God, and he goes, they'll put their guns down. And he says to my fix, he said, what on earth is this? Why is he laughing? Well, he says, well, he's just this fucking stupid foreign journalist has just asked the dumbest question. Is this the firing squad? And I went, and he went, hang on. Because they come on and went, of course it's the firing squad. And they went, oh, foreign journalist. Ahmed's lying on the floor. He only told us a foreigner wanted to meet us. Could have been a spy, soldier. If he'd mentioned journalist, welcome to an interview. Again, I filmed that lot coming in with guns. So then they're like, it was the firing squad, but now, because my little local fixer forgot to mention journalists, said, so we then had to sit down and do an interview. Then I'm in shock. I couldn't talk. I could barely, and we couldn't use that in the interview because I'm just literally talking to gobbledygook because I'm just like, why aren't I dead? And I remember leaving. That was the last trip I did to get that, thinking, never again, because it's not fun. You realize you're playing Russian roulette. And you're all having a laugh because you can't conceive of your own death, I think, or I couldn't at that time. So there were plenty of warnings. That was the year before I got kidnapped. Yeah.
Let's take a quick break and then we'll get into that when we come back. Life takes a toll on your body, and one of the first places you feel it is your back. Maybe you tried swapping out your mattress thinking that's the solution. And sure, a good mattress helps, but something I didn't realize is that your bed frame may actually be the problem. So there's an Australian startup called Sleeping Duck. They're founded by aerospace engineers, and they ran some stress tests on beds, and they found something surprising. They discovered that even with good mattresses, the bed frames, which are usually made out of flimsy, lightweight materials, often sag, completely compromising your support. So what they did is they engineered a bed called the Indestruct bed. And they built its core with over 110 pounds of structural grade steel, and they put steel beams under the backs of the sleeper. It's so much more supportive on the back that it became a bestseller in Australia, and now it's finally here in the States. So I really encourage you guys to check it out. Every part is precision engineered, and it comes with sleek designs to fit your space as well. So try it out for yourself. It comes with a 100-day trial. Head over to sleepingduck.com and give it a look. Back to the show. All right, so we're back from the break. Let's get into your kidnapping. But you said you have a story to kind of lead into this that you wanted to share.
Well, it was that period of where I was pushing the envelope too much, going too far, perhaps. And obviously the obvious red flag signs when there's Taliban in Helmand, once put up against a war by firing squad, obvious red flag, and the commander telling me, you don't want to try this too often. But I remember the same year, I was up in Kunar province, which is one of the most stunning places in the world. These mountains, gorges, flowing flood water coming down from the mountains, stunningly beautiful place up in the mountains on the boat, one of the most dangerous places in Afghanistan. Just across the border from the tribal areas in Pakistan, Bajour, which was where I was kidnapped. But the year before I'm kidnapped, I'm making these documentaries, fighting the Taliban and meeting the Taliban. I'm up in Kunar province with Hizb Islami, this other group aligned with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, and interviewing this group whose leader, Ismail Khan, I think he was called, was the group that the lone survivor who took down the Navy SEALs helicopters. I remember interviewing that lot. And when I'm interviewing them, I never forget this, we're under this tree and they put out a red carpet, a big brass metal pot for tea. And I remember saying, God, how did you get this from? How do you get this up into the mountains? And aren't you worried about American special forces? And they were kind of laughing. I realized, in the Korangal Valley, I was once up at the American outpost, the COP. There was thousands of, there's like 20 American soldiers on this little outpost. There were a few of these things dotted around, but in each valley where they were overlooking, there'd be 1,000 local fighters, completely outnumbered. But I never get sitting there having tea. And as we're drinking tea at this interview, then we look up at the mountain and there's looking like ants running down a hill, coming down. And the Taliban, or Hizb Islami, is on the radio and he's hearing these Arabs have heard there's this unbeliever, i.e. me, and they're just want to come down and kill me. What am I doing? And he's like, I can't control the Arabs. If you think these guys are crazy, and we're looking, they say, we better leave. And we're running down this mountain with Taliban, Hizb Islami fighters, and they're laughing, going, Arabs crazy. I'm like, wow, what are we if not crazy? We're running down through a minefield, which was partly demined, get to the bottom, and all's well. I remember Americans later on talking to me, telling me that area was of particular interest to them because that's where that was that group of local fighters who'd killed all the American SEALs, and that whole thing in the book, the film Lone Survivor. But my fixer at that point, later that year, was when an Italian journalist was kidnapped and killed. So that was my final year doing that thing. And then the following year, 2008, this is where I, with hindsight, clearly just going too far. Everyone knew in Afghanistan, all the Americans, the British, that all roads lead to Pakistan. But the insurgency, all they were doing in Afghanistan, as one American commander famously put it, was mowing the lawn. The real seeds of the insurgency were being sown over in the tribal areas. So it's one of the reasons why the Americans and Brits could never really defeat the insurgency, because they could always fall back into their safe space. And the tribal areas was full of Al-Qaeda training camps, Taliban training camps, rest and recuperation. They could go over, the Americans would chase them right up to the border, and then they'd be free to. So I crossed the border from Afghanistan into the tribal areas. The idea of making a film on, this isn't a TV proposal, it's a suicide letter. The proposal, the idea was I'd cross into the tribal areas of Pakistan to make a film on secret Taliban and Al-Qaeda training camps. And go figure, that didn't end well.
So did you end up interviewing those people that shot down the helicopter in Red Wings? Did you talk to them?
Well, I wasn't aware that's who they were. It was only with hindsight that was that group, Hizb Islami, Ismail Khan. He was in charge. So in fact, I'm sure the fighters I was with would have been involved, maybe not taking down the helicopter, but because I was up in the mountains, and I think I met about 60 to 100 fighters overall on that trip. And when they took down the helicopters and fought the American forces, there were hundreds involved. So I wouldn't be surprised. But no, we weren't talking about that, and that's not why I was there. It was just another one of life's coincidences.
Okay, so you're supposed to be doing the project about these training camps in the tribal areas of Pakistan. Yeah. So just take us through the story from the beginning.
Yeah, so, most abductions you always imagine start with, a scary moment. You're abducted at gunpoint, blindfold, and stuck in a trunk. Now, that's how I'd done a lot of my interviews. Had gone, whether in Iraq or Afghanistan, I was often blindfolded for my own security and that, so I wouldn't know where I was being taken. So it often felt like I was being kidnapped. This felt different because, they must have been talking about Mr. Magoo. So I was told I'd been invited to film, and I'm being clear, but I'd spent 4 or 5 months negotiating access, and it had worked for many years. And it works until it didn't work. So the technique was the same. I would find a connection who knew someone in the Taliban, and same process on this occasion. I negotiated, did all the security checks, and it was real. That I found out later, some of the people who invited me genuinely wanted me to film, good publicity for them or whatever. Others in the group were like, no, let's kidnap or kill him. And it's like that previous occasion I told you about with the commander told me, don't do this too often, because we took a vote on whether to kill you or kidnap you. Same thing must have happened. And this time, unbeknownst to me, the vote had gone against me. So I actually meet the Taliban in Peshawar, and they're part of the Haqqani network, this group. Now, the Haqqani network, led by Siraj Haqqani, are part of the Taliban, slightly sort of autonomous. And they're now, Siraj Haqqani is now running one of the main ministers in today's Afghanistan, in Kabul. I think he's the interior minister. But his group, very well connected to Ayman al-Zawahiri, number 2 of Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda fighter, so of particular interest to the Americans at that time. But they're also incredibly effective as a fighting force in the east. So the Americans would have often be fighting Haqqani fighters in the east of Afghanistan, where Americans were stationed. So they're the ones I wanted to meet because their effectiveness links to Al-Qaeda. And I thought I'd been invited by their Emir, their leader, Siraj Haqqani. I met by a mullah and a young driver in Peshawar. Immediately get a bad feeling. We're driving up through the tribal areas in the back of a car. The mullah, who I then called Mullah Medicated, shows me a bag of pills. And he's sitting in the front seat, and he shows, and he's saying, yeah, I have headaches. And I'm looking at these pills, and one says for severe psychotic disorder. I'm like, you're taking these? He goes, yeah, really bad headaches. I'm like, but the driver didn't have a beard. Young guy, he's got a Prada gun holster. And I've never met a Taliban, a Gucci Taliban. So straight away, I was like, this is, and they're quite sinister bunch, driving through the tribal areas. And what was interesting about, and this is where I realized we could win every battle in Afghanistan, but lose the war. It was, as you drove deeper and deeper into the tribal areas, it's just on the border with Pakistan, Taliban, Arab fighters in every market town I came to. There was no army, no Pakistan army. Police stations had just been blown up. It was a no-go area for the Pakistan state. It was a safe haven for Taliban and terrorists. We pulled up in a bazaar. Bazaar is like a marketplace, just full of fighters, a few miles from the American, the Afghan border with the American army, completely relaxed. I'm like, wow, it's just like being back in Jalalabad when I was there during the Taliban before the war, 9/11. They feel completely relaxed. I remember sitting in this car as they parked the car to go and buy some mango juice. Like, I've got like 10-second survival here if they look in the car. Then we're driven higher up into the mountains, stop the car, they take me out, blindfold me. And I'll never forget this guy saying very politely, do you mind if I put a blindfold? And I'm like, again, very polite English, no, not at all. Put the blindfold, and then I stepping forward, I'm like, oh my God, this is a trap. They've just taken me up here to kill me. And I feel, because before the blindfold, I could see we were on the mountain, the side of a mountain. I'm like now aware that I must be on the edge of the precipice. And I feel my feet and I fall and tumble. And I've just slipped down a hill. And they all run down going, oh, you're right. I'm like, so I thought that was the first day. And then I'm led into this compound. And I never forget, come into a compound, take the blindfold off. I'm now sitting in a room with paraffin lights. So it looks like a famous, there's a Spanish artist where you see fiery, flamey faces. And I'm looking at these faces, all like these men with beards looking at me, and I'm like, I'm now high in the mountains in Bajor, and they're saying, right, they're still maintaining this pretense that you're here, and it's like, tomorrow you can film some training camps, but we're just going to keep you in this little room by the side. We're worried for your security and ours that maybe you were followed by American Special Forces or CIA, so we want to make sure no one's followed you, so you just got to stay in this room for a few days. And I'm put in this room, which I think had been an animal room because it was like straw and it smelled of donkeys. But it's a small room, but from this chair to your wall, it's about, like 9 feet by 6, 7 feet, 9 feet long, 7 foot wide, with 2 day beds either side and a little hole in the floor, cement floor, where you could go to the toilet. And my fixer was traveling separately, so I'm in this room on my own. There's a window onto the courtyard, but they've boarded it up. So I'm sitting, and it's just a thin amount of light. So I'm in twilight, sitting there thinking, well, here I am. But I'd often had these sort of similar situations when things had gone well. So I thought, this is, okay, I believe in their waiting. But I very quickly, and the truth is, I kind of had a bad feeling. I knew deep down that this was not the same as all my previous experiences. But you don't want to, you can't really confront the truth. And my fixer arrived from Kabul that day, that he traveled separately, and we're sitting there, day 2. So we're sitting on the floor. This commander comes in, who's very kind of charming, erudite guy, but very sinister. And he comes in bearing gifts, like your avuncular, your favorite uncle at Christmas. He came with a big box, and he sits between me and my fixer. He says, look what I've brought you. And it's like a new pair of shawal kameez. That's the local dress with the flowing shirt and the baggy trousers. I've got you shampoo, and it's like a family-sized pack bottle. I'm like, that's a big bottle of shampoo. I'm only here for a few days. And he's handed me that. And he says, look, I've got you pistachios. And again, it's a family-sized pack of pistachios, toffees from Iran. And I'm like, it's like, how long am I staying here? And then he hands a sheaf of papers to my fixer. And he's saying, don't worry about that. Look what else I got you. I got you toffees. And my fixer's reading this. And it's like the Hollywood movie where the cliche where someone's face, just the blood drains out, it turns white. And I'm just looking at my fixer and like still looking at the shampoo. And the commander says, okay, answer those questions. Let's talk tomorrow. And he just walks out. And so I say to my fixer, oh, well, read me the letter. Well, you know, what's wrong? And he reads out, and it's by order of the Taliban, you know, the Emir Siraj Haqqani, you are hereby under arrest and charged by the Shura for being foreign enemy combatant, working for, you know, foreign enemy combatant. And I went, fuck, we've been... And I remember saying, when you read this letter, you're hereby charged working for foreign enemy. I went, fuck, we've been kidnapped. And my fixer looking at me like, you don't get it. He's like, we're dead. Kidnapped, because if you're being charged by the Taliban as being working for foreign enemy governments, you're a spy. They kill spies in the tribal areas. So he's like, kidnaps the least of your problems. And, you know, it's just now I can remember that. It's strange, you know. It doesn't take long to be back. When you have those kind of experiences, you're straight back in there. You just, brain just, within who fucks us, what's gone, what's happening. You're trying to figure things out. How can we escape? And you're piecing everything together. Like, on the go, when we drove up there, we traced all those checkpoints. You could hear the test firing from Al-Qaeda Taliban training camps, which is, so like, even if we escape this house, we won't survive a day in this environment. So, and then sitting there, I think we were like 2 nights without sleep, and then we had to answer these questions: who you work for, who you met, who your fixers, blah blah blah. Have you met military? Do you know military intelligence, spies? So you're up all night doing this exam, thinking, if I say the wrong thing, will it get... Because, you know, as journalists, you meet all sorts of people. So you don't want to say anything that's going to get you killed. And day 3, having not sort of had much sleep, I'm in my bed, like a day bed, in this tiny cell. And the door's kicked open, and the commander comes in. And I kind of sit up in my bed, and it was like watching live theatre. Because the commander sits there, and I can't understand what's being said, but I kind of get the play. He's sitting there, and the mullah who'd been our contact, who I drove up with, the mullah medicated with the headaches, he was the guy who'd helped, was our point of contact to negotiate. He's sitting on the floor in front of my bed. So I'm sitting up in bed watching this unfold. All I see is the commander pointing and accusing, and the mullah sort of increasingly pleading and denying and then begging and really begging. And then the commander just points, 2 Taliban guards come in with put a hood over the mullah's head, drag him outside the room. And then I'm hearing these kicks and beating and thwack where it's like your AK-40. I'm hearing what sounded like an AK-47 like hitting bone and shouts, and he's dragged off in the distance. And you're waiting to hear the gunshot. We don't hear. And he was looking at me the whole time as I'm listening to this beating up. And then he looks at me and says, "Don't worry about it. We arrest and kill our own kind all the time. Just checking, we never know who's fine. Don't worry about it." And then he gets up and he leaves. And before he leaves, he says, "Look, it's not going to be that last case where a journalist was kidnapped." And he was talking about my fixer who I'd been in Kunar, because that poor guy had been kidnapped and killed. He said, "Don't worry, it's not going to be that last case where we killed the poor fixer and let the foreigner go. You'll either both be killed or you'll both live. So don't worry about it." And I actually love him. That's all right then. We've got nothing to worry about. We're either both dead or... And that was the beginning of 3.5, 4 months in that cell.
So just real quick, for people that aren't familiar with the terms, can you just explain like what a fixer is and like who he was to you in this situation, and then like what a mullah is as well?
Yeah, so the mullah is a religious, it's like a priest in Islam. A mullah could be a village priest. Different. So this mullah, I would probably say, was illiterate. If he probably couldn't, he could read the Quran because he'd learned by rote, but probably couldn't understand it. And he was a mullah, local mullah with these Taliban. I wouldn't call him a religious man, but that's what mullah is, a local village priest. And every Taliban group will have someone. A fixer, and it's not a great term, but it's like a band of thieves. We like, amongst ourselves, we like those. A fixer is someone who can arrange things, and it doesn't have to be within the media. Someone who's on the ground, who's good at getting cabs, knows people. And in media, also that includes obviously being a translator. For me, though, as a filmmaker, they are the most important person when I make documentaries, because I don't have TV crews, I don't have producers, camera persons. I have just me and a fixer. So they are my translator, my researcher, producer, my companion, traveling companion. In the case of my kidnap, I'd worked with this fixer for 10 years, trusted him implicitly. He was my lifeline, because you very quickly realize in a hostage situation, my only best defense, I'm not a soldier, is my ability to communicate and to convince them. I once read, it's a great thing when you're at airports waiting to go into war zones. At Dubai Airport's got Terminal 2. No tourist ever goes there. Terminal 2 is like places you don't want to go to. Grozny, Kabul, Baghdad. It's a little airport. That's where you'd meet all the special forces, soldiers, contractors going around the world. And you have airport novels to pass the time. I used to read the special forces books, and remember reading some book where he was talking about being captured by Iraqi troops, but you want to convince your captor you're a human being, not a label of a enemy, foreigner, spy, because it's much harder to kill a fellow human being than a label, Jew, Muslim, enemy, whatever. I needed my fixer translator to have any chance of getting better food, survival, talking my way out. So my fixer in that case was my lifeline in that situation, and my cellmate.
So did you, like, to that point, did you ever go through any kind of like training on what to do if you are kidnapped, or like about to be in a situation where you are kidnapped, like a SEER school or something like that?
Yeah. So since all these wars, since war zones became more and more fraught, there hadn't been wars, generations before me, post-Vietnam, like the military, the media hadn't been going to war. civilian industry grows up, hostile environment training. It's mainly for insurance purposes. It's not this liberal media caring about its workers. They don't want to get sued for sending untrained people into war zones. So you do like a 5-day hostile environment training course every now and again, including and they're really useful, like how to tie a tourniquet, first aid, watching for tripwires, and you don't think you're learning much. And there's part of these courses are an abduction where a bunch of guys come out of a Land Rover, they're usually British soldiers acting very believably, quite terrifying. Oh, you get on the ground and they put a hood over your head. Actually, I discovered later, even having a hood over your head, even if it's play acting, muscle memory will remember that later, because some people hyperventilate and can pass out. But if you've had it pull over you, even in training, play acting, when it happens for real, you're going to be less in shock, panicking. But no, there was no training I'd had. I'm not obviously a soldier. What I did have, though, I realized a number of things happen. First of all, when you're in that situation, your brain, the lower part of your brain knows the body is in a car crash scenario, the amygdala, and it literally shuts down the frontal cortex. And it's this amazing thing. So you don't have to be trained. The human condition and our brains and instinct take over on autopilot. So scientists, therapists have shown this, that in a real, when there's a pumping full of adrenaline in the body, if you're drowning or in a car crash, the amygdala shuts down the frontal cortex because that slows down processing, and you're pumped full of adrenaline, cortisol, and that helps the survival mode, the natural human survival mode kicks in. But also my 20 years by then, whatever it was, in the Middle East, Afghanistan, hanging out with the Taliban, having tea in Pashtun, you've learnt more than you'll ever know. And that was all the real training of, because I felt, so first of all, a lot of people who've just came in from England or America in that cell, that house, it would be quite shocking seeing the Taliban burst in. I'd met a lot of Taliban Afghans who quite scary when an initial meeting, but actually 15 years of doing that, I knew this was a Pashtun family house. These guys who looked like stony-faced warriors could also be nice, gentle human beings giving you a cup of tea. So I had the blessing of just the automatic survival instinct, but 10, 15 years of hanging out with locals, which allowed me to adapt much quicker. And with some kind of going back to my first ever documentary in Kashmir, because I remember talking to the FBI, and because when I was looking for these kids, Americans and British, I met FBI, who told me things about the grey man. You know, the grey man thing is if you're kidnapped, you don't want to stand out. Or if you're in an abduction situation, you be the grey person, grey man. And it was a tidbit of information this FBI told me when he was talking about these other kids who've been kidnapped, because then the grey man is you're less, if you don't stand out, you're less likely to be picked out and beheaded. And I remember, but what's weird is I'd forgotten that, but in a survival situation, my brain was like, I don't know what this person needs to survive. One of the things it gives you is almost total recall over your whole life. You may have age 7 been told how to make make fire or do something. And I was literally, my fingertips had all these memories of information which could be useful in that situation. And my brain was just giving it to me, not knowing what I would need to get through it. So it was an amazing experience. So I remember the Taliban had told this family, I was in a family home. It was like 10, I think 6 brothers who were all kind of tribal elders. Some were in the Taliban, one was a mullah. They had wives and children, which we never saw the wives, but you could hear their voices in the compound. There may have been 15 people living there. The Taliban bases were all dotted around. So it was a safe house for the Taliban, not for the family. But they told the family, I'm a spy, an unbeliever. So it was like the movies where this heavy wooden door would open up. They'd pretty much not quite throw, but put the tray of food because I'm dirty, unbeliever. And I, with my little, years of understanding with the locals, the stuff I'd read, picked up tidbits, I would stand up, greet them, thank them, not plead for your life. So trying to forge this thing that I am a fellow human being, not just some unbeliever label, but not being too scared. So I just very quickly was in this kind of survival mode, trying to impress upon them. That's my first thing, that I am human like you, not just someone, label unbeliever. And we were in there for about 3 or 4 weeks, where they were clearly, I don't know what they were up to, finding out information about us, investigating. So that was quite tough. And what little light we had would, as the sun went behind the mountains, the compound walls, so by about 4 p.m. you're in sort of gloom. By 6 p.m. you're in darkness. And, my biggest fear was having my throat cut in the dark. That was the thing. That was the sword of Damocles hanging over my head that entire time.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It sounds pretty terrifying.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
So you're there 3 to 4 weeks at the time. Like in terms of your day-to-day life and like your interaction with those Taliban captors, like were they hostile with you guys, with you or your fixer?
So, again, a little tidbit I picked up of information proved incredibly valuable that I hadn't thought was valuable. When I remember reading a book by a British SAS guy who'd been captured in Iraq, that if you're in a cell, time can break a human. Where you're in this, like in the Hollywood movies where you see in the old prison movies, they were scratching off the days of the week, and then you do 6 and then a line through it. My fixer was scratching off the days of time. But when you're being told by a Taliban commander, you're either going to both die, we're going to either kill you or not. One day came in, so you'll either both live or you'll both die. We're just going to investigate you. We'll be back in a few days just to check. So someone's basically telling you, I'm going to investigate you, and if we don't like you, you're going to be killed. And he's quite vague about the time, and they were always late and not turning up. Time really breaks down. When you're in darkness as well, you lose sense. And I'd read somewhere, some British soldiers talking about, well, you break time down into routine. So you don't think about the passing time because it can drive you insane. And my fixer had a breakdown because endless dark days and nights in darkness, being threatened, you don't know if you're going to be there for a year, crushes you. But if I read somewhere, break into routine. So I very quickly established a routine, which was I'd get up in the morning. Now, again, you're pumped full of adrenaline and cortisol. So, I'm a big smoker, but I never felt so good in there. So I'd wake up in the morning. My first routine was that it was darkness when I woke up. There was a little hole at the back of the cell. And that hole, if I crouched down, I could, sit, and they would bring in green tea about just after sunrise. So I'd sit and have green tea and a cigarette. Then I would crouch it became my window onto the world. And I would crouch to the back of the cell and look out this little hole, and I could see there was a little apricot tree just outside. But if you squinted, you could see beyond the fields. And if you really squinted, you could see the mountains. And I would sit there and pray. My routine was prayer, the Lord's Prayer. It's like, they say you never find an atheist in a foxhole. And I think the same in a cell. It's a non-denominational religion, I would say in my bit. So I'd pray, And then I would think of home. And again, this was natural. I've talked to lots of other hostages because I've got to know other hostage situations with ISIS, and it's something the body naturally does. You escape from your captivity, and one of the things that allows you to escape is to escape into memory of childhood memories if they're good ones. I was blessed enough to have good childhood memories of summer holidays with my family, swimming in the ocean, and that would be my morning. Then I would wash my clothes. The Taliban offered to wash my clothes, but I liked washing, the routine of doing the socks. I had a bucket shower every day or every few days. I had a bucket over the toilet hole. Privacy was quite an issue, but you have to. Then it was exercise. I would exercise, do 50 press-ups, sit-ups, which I never do in England. And then, of course, I've killed half the morning. Then they would bring in breakfast. And then I would plot my conversations. I would prepare for conversations when the Taliban came in. They would come in, not every day, but some of the family members would come in every day to bring in lunch and dinner. But I would prepare the conversation knowing that with the Afghans, you can't move too quickly. You can't say, come on, let me out of here. I'll give you $100 or something. But I would think, right, I've got to slowly win them over, slowly try and see what's happening, see if I can get a phone call out. Or that became it. And then my other routine was every day I would lie in my bed, close my eyes, and escape. It was darkness about 4 p.m. So I would do this 4 till 6, close my eyes, think of where I take my kids or go for friends, to meet friends. You can't just kill time by saying, I'll go to a nice restaurant in New York because you've used up 2 minutes. You'd have to think, okay, what restaurant am I going to go to? Who's coming? What are we eating? What are we talking about? And if you have this real-time daydreaming, you've used up 2 or 3 hours and you've escaped your cell. Gives you the strength to carry on. And then in the evening, I knew what time it was in London for my children's bath time. And here's the thing, very quickly, and occasionally I'd have the Taliban come and interrogate me. So there wasn't any too much aggression. You don't need much because you're in a dark cell knowing these guys will kill you at any moment. So it focuses the mind. But the overwhelming experience is in last amount of time in darkness, cut off from the outside world, completely isolated. Actually, counterintuitively, I've never felt so connected to my loved ones and so connected to those people in life outside. And it's an amazing experience. It's something, so it's like one of the greatest lessons you'll ever have in life. If any fucker wants to give it to me again, I'd shoot myself or them to go through it again, but I don't regret it. I remember a bath, I would know in London it was 5 p.m., whatever time my kids were bathed. My kids were 3 and 4 at that point, or 3 and 5. I would kneel down by my bed, close my eyes. This is what I meant about feeling connected. I could feel my children having bath time, and I'd be bathing them. I could feel the contours of the skin beneath my hands, and it was my moment with my children every day. And then I would, carry on with my time in captivity. But those are the routines to keep me going.
Would you talk to them?
So my children, well, they were both my strength and my Achilles heel. So I hid 2 photos of my sons, Luke and Gabriel, from the Taliban in the boot of my shoes. And every night before going to sleep, I would take them out. We'd have a little gas burner. We took off the proper thing. It was like a candlelight. And I would look at this photographs of my sons. If I looked at my children's photos for 1 minute, it gave me the strength needed to keep fighting, to live, to get home to see them. If I looked upon their faces too long, literally 3 minutes, I was overwhelmed by how I'd failed them, how I was going to cause so much suffering in their lives that it would break me. So you had to limit that. I did when I was pretty sure they were going to kill me, the Taliban. So I didn't talk to them, but there was one day I was pretty convinced, because I'd been told, they'd asked me to convert, that I was going to be killed. So I decided to write a letter introducing myself to my sons, because at age 5 and 3, they might soon forget who I was. And so this was a letter I was writing to be read to them when they were like 21. And it was this letter saying, "Dear sons, you don't know me. I'm your father." And it was to tell them how much I love them. And I get to this point, I loved you more than anything. And I'm like, who are you fucking kidding? Because I know a 17-year-old or 19-year-old who suffered will read this letter and go, you're a fraud. Because if you really loved me, you wouldn't have played Russian roulette with your life and gone off to film in secret. And I was planning to then swallow this, put it up. I again read somewhere, that when bodies are found, FBI will look up an orifice and find a letter. But I was like, my son would know I'm a fraud. And I felt a fraud. And that, because I was a fraud. If you really love your son, why are you off? I'm not a soldier serving my country, protecting freedom and democracy. I'm making a documentary. The other form of communication was the worst. This is the longest day of my life. Longest night was my younger son's birthday. And I'm so connected to them. I literally could see friends. I remember seeing a woman's face lit up by candlelight. A year after I'm released, I'm talking to this woman. I said, "Oh, God, it's really weird. I saw your face one night." She goes, "Oh, I was in Lourdes in France, this shrine." She goes, "I lit a candle for you." God knows what's happened, but you are so connected to on your loved one's wavelength. My son's 4th birthday was the longest day in captivity, because I see him, I know what time it is in London. I'm sitting in the darkness in my cell. I see my son wake up, run into mummy's bedroom. We're divorced at that point. Run, Dad, here's, all excited, because I would always send them great presents back. Had a lovely relationship with my boy, still have a lovely relationship. But I knew he'd be like excited, but then thinking by lunchtime when friends are coming around for a little party, where's Daddy? And looking up, expecting, and why hasn't he got me a present? And I saw him go to bed, being put to bed by his mummy. Because, I know what the house looks like. I can imagine everything exactly. And I'm seeing him in bed, and I'm seeing him thinking, the last thought this night is perhaps Daddy doesn't love me. Because how else is a 4-year-old? Just to give you the end of that story, when I arrived back in London 4 months later after that, when I get to Heathrow and the glass doors slide open, arrival, my little son who comes up to him in the school and says, Daddy, I'm 4. I'm like, I know, I hadn't forgotten. I couldn't. Anyway, so that was a tough one. There was so levels of communication. But they were hard. You had to block them out to get through it.
So, and then your kids eventually save you when they come in and they read you the charges on a scroll. And can you tell that story?
Yeah, it's funny. I tell these stories, and I always think what's strange about these experiences is that you think you've moved on. This is 2008. But it doesn't take it, when these kind of things are so visceral and intense that you only have to think about it for a second. You're back in that cell. It's not nice to go back in that cell. So it was the night after his birthday. I'm sitting there, and the Taliban commander comes in. Same guys with the black turbans around their faces who poured out Mullah on our first day in there, and has this list of questions. And the family are there. All the men of the tribe are in this room. So I'm there being questioned, and the commanders asked me all sorts of questions. And with hindsight, you realize he's a proof of life, a lot of ransom questions, other stuff. And then asked me the names of my children. And, I'm not a soldier, I'm not a tough guy. But for some reason, I just couldn't, I'm a journalist, I can't keep a secret, telling him anything he wanted, but couldn't give the names even now I'm finding it hard to speak. Didn't want to give up the names of my children. And what is weird is there was no courage involved. I literally just couldn't. And I apologized to him. I'm saying, I'm really sorry, I can't give the names. And I was genuinely sorry, I couldn't help. And again, this is how my experience had helped. I said, look, I wouldn't ask a Pashtun man the name of his wife. And I think what's happening on a subconscious level, your survival instinct is playing chess moves. I was doing things I wasn't even aware of why I was doing them, and I think it's survival technique. But this was just, for some reason, couldn't give up the name. And I said, I can't bring such lightness into such a dark place and dark business. I'm sorry. I can't give the names of my children. And he said, this is the command. He said, well, been ordered. If you have to, I'll shoot you, kill you if you don't answer these questions. It's out of my hands. So one of these guys pointing a gun at my head, and I've just got the gun, and I'm just so, and I'm like, well, I'm really sorry. I can't give the names of my children. You're going to have to shoot me. And I could see in his face, like, and you could see this guy's not going to give up. So he went, well, we'll kill your fixer. And then my fixer starts crying, like, please, Sean, give them the names. And they're crying, and I'm thinking, fuck, of course I've got to give up the names of my children now. It's all right to give it. So I said, all right. And I had learned, again, it goes back to Kashmir. I read this because in Kashmir, the reason why I keep mentioning this, I knew about a Dane or a Norwegian hostage who was killed, beheaded, because he wasn't the grey man, and he kept accusing these Islamic extremists of not being good Muslims. First guy they fucking killed. I remember reading that, or the FBI telling me about it. So I was very careful throughout my captivity never to accuse these Taliban of anything. But I couldn't help myself this time, because now I had to give up the names. And I went my eldest son is called Luke. And I was really angry with myself and them for making me. And my second son, whose birthday was 4 yesterday, and he's wondering why isn't Daddy he's called Gabriel. And just by luck, I said, as in the Archangel Gabriel. Now, I knew in Islam that it's the Islamic belief that the Quran was brought down from Allah to the Prophet by Jibril, the Archangel Gabriel. That's how the Quran was brought down to the Prophet. And I went, as in the Archangel Gabriel. And a fucking room just went, because and I start crying. And I'm pointing at him. But it's the weird thing, I'm accusing them, but also this has changed the whole dynamic and helped save my life, because the family, these tribal people who were looking at me as a spy, unbeliever, and now like, oh my God, this guy's unbeliever, but he's prepared to die rather than give up his child's name. And he's called his child one of the holiest names in Islam, Angel Gabriel. And the commander he knows he's lost his audience here, and he looks at Ash's face, and he was like, they just close down the interrogation, he leaves. So, and the family from that point brought me better food. I won them over. They actually they were so moved by that moment, they offered me PANA and the fix of tribal protection, which meant, it's not as good as it sounds, tribal protection meant the Taliban couldn't kill me under their roof. But the Taliban, the moment I left the house, they could kill me. So, but it was good. It meant I wouldn't have my throat cut at night at some point. This throat cut is, just weird, a couple of little things. The throat cut is because one night I woke up, before the mullah was arrested on the third morning, I woke up one night in the dark. It's the only time I dreamt of having my throat cut. And it was, in my dream, nightmare, it was like death incarnate, black shawl, like death in the movies with a scythe. And I was having this nightmare where death comes in and cuts my neck with a scythe, and I see the blood. I wake up like that in the dream, and there's a fucking Taliban in a black shawl with a knife, and it's the mullah. He says, don't worry, I just wanted he's on my bed with a knife. So I just want to show you the knife I killed an American with.
This is actually happening? It's not a dream?
That happened. And in the moment, it must be in the seconds before he's on the bed to want to show me this knife, in my sleep, I'm having a dream of having my throat cut. I would like wake up. I never forget this mullah, and he tells the story in Kunar or somewhere how he'd cut the throat of an American soldier. And he said to me, he mentioned the guy's name. Like we all know each other. Really disturbing. And I found out that Mullah's no longer, he was killed, I think, by the Americans some time after that kidnap case. But I got a letter after I refused to give Gabriel's name up and Luke's name from Siraj Haqqani, delivered to me and read out. I wasn't allowed to keep it. Applauding me or my courage in not giving up the names of my children, and apologizing for asking and saying they're going to reprimand the Taliban who'd asked, because they shouldn't have been asking that. So it was really strange. But it shifted the dynamic in that cell somewhat.
Mm. And you got that letter as when you're in captivity, not when you're back home.
Yeah, no, in captivity, they delivered it, read it out, because they would come backwards and forwards. And it was getting, clearly no negotiations were happening. And it was, I began to lose hope. Now, hope's a really bad thing, because hope can kill you, because if that's like break time can kill you in captivity, because it's endless. So if you've got a 10-year prison sentence, that's why you break time down into routine. So then a day goes by quicker. Hope is the other one that's a killer. So because if your hopes get raised and then they're dashed, it really is like being dashed on rocks. And I remember there was talk of negotiations, and the commander walks in. And I'm not always smile at this commander, because he had the charm of the devil. So there's something, he was quite charming, but I think he was a sociopath. He came in one day with a sat phone, said, good news, your production company, your TV company, we're ready to negotiate. And he handed me the phone. He said, look, tell them if they don't agree to our terms, we're going to kill you. And then he winked at me and said, but don't worry, we always say that. Don't really mean it. And he was like, we're all on the same team here. He literally put his hand and said, don't worry, we always give him that line. Taliban thing, you know. It was so like, oh, all right, mate, I know you're kidding. And he also then said, which was so Afghan, he said, look, it's a pay-as-you-go sat phone. It was a Thuraya sat phone. He topped it up with his own money, and he wasn't happy about it. He said, look, it's my money, it's $50, so hurry it up, don't talk too long. For some reason, I love that Afghan pay-as-you-go. They probably asked for like $2 million or something, but it's like, pay your own fucking phone bill. I come out to the compound. Now, I can't remember now, 2 months in darkness in that cell, some daylight coming through. Hadn't really seen daylight. I looked down, maybe it was 3 months now at this point, and I'm looking at my skin, because first time I've been out in daylight and looking at myself, and it's like, it doesn't take long if you've got no vitamin D or vitamin D, you call it, no sunlight, your body falls apart. I had malnutrition at that point. I'd lost, I don't know, again, we talk about stone in England, but I'd lost nearly 2.5, 3. I looked like, I was emaciated, and I looked like, Robinson Crusoe or some prisoner. Long beard. I'd lost about 4 or 5 teeth by then, because you're just not getting the vitamins in the darkness and what little food. And I looked at my skin, it was like parchment paper stretched over bone. I was covered in bites from the fleas and whatever was in that room. And I'm looking, going, fucking hell, I look like a mess. And then I look up, and I'm just seeing the Hindu Kush, the light is stunning. In at high altitude, you get this, and you can see this crystalline blue sky. And you can see, because it's only like 12 miles above the Earth, it's space. And you can see that blue fading to that thin point where it's the end of the atmosphere, and I'm looking, going, this is life's, how precious, and I started crying because it's so beautiful, but it was the exquisite sense of life's joys, but its fragility that literally my life's on hanging by a thread. And he says, call, I'm brought back down to the world because I'm looking at people. He says, call your channel, TV channel, tell them to, so I don't know the number, I've forgotten the telephone number of my boss, but I know the switchboard, the main number for the British broadcaster I work for, and I dial it, and I get this lovely London voice, and it's, hello, this woman, hello, Channel 4 switchboard. And then what's funny, I suddenly was like, God, what a weird call. How do I don't know this woman. I mean, again, it became really ignorant, and I'm a bit of an odd one, this. I work for Channel 4. My name's Sean Langan, and I've been kidnapped by the town, and I'm calling from the tribal areas of Pakistan. And there's a pause. You think that's going to get you fucking through to the right, but she goes, how do you spell Sean Langan? And I start going, S-E, and I'm like, wait a minute, how many Sean Langans you got who kidnapped at the moment? I mean, fuck's sake, surely. I said, can't you just put me through? I'm calling from a pay-as-you-go telephone. I'm running out of credit. Putting you through, straight through. Hold the line. And I'm putting through, and I look at the commander, my fixer, who's had a breakdown. He's not really coping well. So we're in this little quad. I look at the commander and I said, don't worry, it's all I got it. Don't worry, we're good here. And then I get this. I've been put through to voicemail. Hi, you've reached I won't say the person's name. You've reached the head of Channel 4 documentaries. Can't take your call right at the moment. Please leave a message. So I turn it off, and I can see on this sat phone I've used up $30 of this $50. I've only got like $10 or $20 left. And I say, I'm really sorry. And I'm having to talk through my lifeline, my fixer, and talking to English, he's translating to Pashtun, but he's not having a great mental health issue time. And I'm saying, I'm really sorry I got through to voicemail, and I can hear him translating. There is no Pashtun word for voicemail, so I hear blah, 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 voicemail. And the Taliban commander's like, what the fuck is voicemail? And he started off this whole process like, don't worry, we're going to tell them we'll kill you, but we always say that. He's losing his sense of humor. He goes, call them right back. What the fuck? Don't these people get it? We kill people if they don't think we... And he's just cocked the A4. He said, call them back. And now I dial the number, the switchboard. I'm listening, looking at the horizon, how beautiful it's thinking, this could be my last phone call. I get the same voice. Hello, Channel 4 switchboard. I'm like, oh, same woman. Fancy that. What's a coincidence? I mean, look, I really don't mean to freak you out. It's Sean Langan here again. The guy's got a gun. The command's got a gun to my head. I really think he's not messing around. He's threatened to kill us. He really could mean it. Can you put me straight through? And whatever you do, please don't put me onto voicemail. She goes, putting you through. I get click. Hi, you've reached the voicemail. Can't talk now on the phone. And I'm like, and this guy just goes, and he's angry. He's just, what the fuck? And he's just let off. But I don't know. He's just letting off the AK. All I know is this. So I duck, thinking, oh my God, he's shooting. He's not. He's just shooting off the end. I look down. There's my fixer. Looks like he's in a pool of blood, but he's wet himself. And he just went, the commander went, someone wants you fucking dead. Because he's never negotiated like that, where someone won't even pick up the phone. So we go back into the cell. So my hopes have been raised, and now we're back in darkness. Something's gone wrong, nearly, and I crashed. And you lose all help. I mean, I can tell you what really happened with that call, which I didn't know. I don't know who was making these judgment calls. Some private security firm was advising this poor woman on switchboard, who apparently had to have therapy after this, because she knew exactly who I was, but they're being advised by some private security company, if you put the hostage on the phone, they can then cut her ear off or negotiate higher. So you don't want to have that point by having me on the phone where they can use blackmail, emotional blackmail, because then they'll say, if you don't do it, we're going to torture him. So someone was advising, this broadcaster and this poor woman, don't put him through. And the poor woman is hearing me on saying, please, whatever you do, don't put me on hold. They're going to kill me. But she's being told by someone. I found that out later.
Wow.
And I remember meeting the guy from this company, like, fucking glad you made that. How do you know they're going to react that way? You're playing Russian, you're playing poker with my life. It kind of nearly backfired, but anyway, that's happened. So I'm back in my cell at that point.
Wow.
Yeah, in darkness.
That's a ballsy negotiating tactic.
Well, yeah, with my balls.
Yeah.
So that was the hardest time, was actually when we were aware there was negotiations going on, because it gave you hope. But when it was very clear, we then heard the negotiations had broken down, something had gone wrong. And you're trying to piece together, it's another strange thing of being a hostage is you're cut off from the outside world, but you're trying to piece fragments together. I mean, I could hear drones flying overhead, and I knew enough that they were too regular. It was an area of intense interest anyway to the Americans, because Bajor was where the next door village to where I was. It was a village nearby, Damidola. There had been intelligence that that's where Ayman al-Zawahiri, Al-Qaeda number 2, had a family and was living. I one day was hearing a drone, little Hellfire missile, and it's strange, the Taliban, the farmers telling me, don't worry about it. And what was really interesting at the time, the reports were of, US drone footage, collateral damage. But in fact, the locals were very aware these were very pinpoint targeted. So they weren't frightened. They knew that's targeted at someone. But I also knew Al-Qaeda and Taliban used this house as a meeting place. The grandfather told me. And he said, oh yeah, I don't like it. The Arabs are a bit rude. I'm like, oh my God, I could be on the end of a Hellfire missile if the wrong time. But I was aware that these drones may be have been targeted to fly over the house, because they were coming over very regularly. I also had a radio they gave me, so I was listening to the BBC World Service. One day I heard the Pakistan foreign minister on the BBC News with American NATO spokesperson, so officer, and the Americans talk about the tribal areas being a safe haven for terrorists. And the Pakistan foreign minister denying there was any terrorist training camps and Al-Qaeda in these tribal areas which are part of Pakistan. I couldn't hear his denial properly because the test firing from all the training camps was so loud in the mountain. I had to turn up the radio to hear his denial. I remember at that point thinking, I am dead, because they'll never let me be released to tell my story, because it was an embarrassment to. And so I thought, I'm a pawn in this bigger game. This could get me killed, just because it was clear this was a safe haven for Taliban, Al-Qaeda. But yeah, that last, and I remember another time having a shower at that point, bucket shower. And what keeps you going was photographs of your children, overriding thought, I must, because what was breaking me potentially in there was the suffering I would inflict on my loved ones if I didn't make it out. A lifetime, children not knowing their father, suffering. So that was the drive. Other little things that keep you going, I'd had with me a little bottle, one of those sample bottles of a nice Clarins French shampoo, because they'd give me this cheap Pakistani shampoo. No offense to the Pakistan shampoo manufacturers, but I know they like to upset anyone's feelings now. But this little French one was a lot nicer, but it was so tiny. And had a bar of soap I'd stolen from a hotel, nice little in Dubai. And just that smell of that, of something outside that cell was enough. And it was down to its slither, this little soap. And I dropped it down this hole. Toilet hole. And I know my survivor now, I don't like keep mentioning my face, but he now lost the plot. I knew he would be days rocking on his bed listening to the radio, but the radio had run out of batteries, so he was listening to nothing for 3 days, and I had to really nurse him back to, I needed him alive. And the reason why he broke, because it looks like, look at me, this Western, I'm doing well. What my biggest strength in there was my ignorance, my Western naivety that it must be very difficult to kill to cut a human being's neck or shoot in the head is difficult. Being Afghan, he knew life is cheap and they'll kill you. So it's his awareness of how cheap life is up in that part of the world that they'd kill us. I'd found that really difficult to imagine. That was another strength, my ignorance. So he broke down because he was aware. And I'd like to share this. I don't know if I've mentioned this, because there was this dynamic in the room. This whole, I'd known it for years, the West, we have no faith in God. They got strong faith. And there we were in captivity. And my faith, this soft, secular, wishy-washy faith in my God, it's a Christian one, was keeping me going. His very strong Islamic faith had broken. But one night towards the end, and we had this little light, it's like a flicker on a gas light where we took the top off. So it's like a little candlelight. And he was doing his prayer and he knelt up and he said to me, Sean, this isn't my first time in captivity. Aged 9, he'd been captured by Soviet Russian forces when they were in Kabul. He'd been handing out leaflets for the Jihad, the holy warriors, who were the good guys in those times. And we forget, but America backed CIA, Britain backed the Afghan Mujahideen in their fight against the Soviet Union. Aged 9, he'd been arrested by local secret police and Russians, put in a cell, and tortured. Never gave up the names of any of the Jihad people who'd given him leaflets. Beaten with electric cables and legs broken. When his mother saw him, when he was released, she didn't even recognize him. And he's telling me this with tears in his eyes. He says, Sean, once you've been through this once, you're broken, you can never do it again. And then I realized, fuck, there's me feeling, look at me doing press-ups, not giving up. It's because I hadn't been through it before. And you've got one, you go through an experience like that once in your life, I would break. So there's no, it's important for me to tell that because he'd been through it before and his strength. So, but at this point, he'd been broken. I'm having this shy and I drop the soap down the hole and I'm looking, going, I need that to survive. And I look at him and he's looking at me and I get down and I put my arm into human feces to get the soap and I pull the soap out. And he looks at me like, I know what you're doing. And I clean it off. So that's when I realized I'm reaching the end of my tether. And those were the hardest days. And I had the sat phone, which had like $6 of credit left. The owner of the house at this point, we'd won over. This was another really dangerous point. He realizes maybe we're being released. I'm using that to try and get him on my side. And I want to phone Channel 4. I really want to phone the American. I know we are being monitored. I'm guessing we're being monitored. So I phoned Channel 4, my boss, having conversation, but I'm telling him where we are, knowing, and I'm telling him how many guards there are. He's like, why are you telling me this? I'm like, I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to whoever's monitoring. I found out later there were special forces very nearby vicinity ready to rescue, British SBS. But that was called off when they realized it was high risk, but also negotiations were working. But I then called my ex-wife, we were divorced at that point. And I realized too late in life, because the experience was like Scrooge, Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, the Christmas Eve, he gets visited by the ghost of Christmas past. I had that. I saw my whole life, childhood. I had instant, total recall of my whole life, and I could see it. I could pick a year, my first day at infant school, age 5, see what people are wearing. The first day I set eyes on my wife, what she was wearing. I could also see where my life had gone wrong, how I'd been a bad husband, a bad father. That's where it was like this Christmas Carol, Scrooge. And I call, and of course, before then, I was never sure it's my life, my wife, was she the love of my life? And I was like, realized too late in life she was the love of my life. So I call her. She's been told, don't answer the phone because they could be them putting him on to blackmail. So she's listening to my voicemail saying, look, I just want you to know I love you. So I managed to get that call out because I thought one night just before our release, we were going to be executed because the owner of the house at this point, my fear was, you see, he now realized, that's why he let me use the phone, that I was going to be released. So he's being nice to me. And I was using that to try and make calls to thinking someone might come and rescue me. It then occurred to me that he's thinking, shit, if Sean is released, this is a safe house for the Taliban, but not him. And he was terrified. And we had to have these conversations because during captivity, my life's in his hands. When I'm released, I can tell the Americans, that guy, that's where he lives. And he was terrified because he knows these Hellfire missiles come down. And I thought, God, it might occur to him, kill Sean, regardless of what the Taliban want, because he got children there. Don't let this guy release. So it was a delicate chess game. And we both acknowledged that. We knew this, that his life is in my hands. When I'm out, his life's in my hands. And I'm having to let him know I don't care. I know you're not really involved, even though he is involved. So, real delicate last few days. At that point, they come in and ask me, do I want to convert? Bring in a fresh pair of Shawal kameez and heat up some water. It's the first hot shower I had. And I was aware they often ask you to convert before you're killed. And I brought out the compound. It's the only time I'm looking, and they're chatting, and I see a guy with a knife. And I'm like, fuck, it's this is clearly my execution. And I never know if this was what was going on, but they're there, the commander, guy with the knife, the owner of the house with his AK-47. And I say, look, they asked me, do I want to convert? And I say, look, I've got a real, sorry to interrupt. It's again, this English thing, I don't want to cause a problem. And they're going through this thing, asked me to convert, ready to convert me. I say, I'm not ready to convert. I said, I've got a real problem though. Don't mean to interrupt these processes, but I've got a real problem with my throat being cut. Do you mind if I'm going to be executed? Is it okay if I'm shot in the head? And they discuss that in an Islamic, if a prisoner's asking. So they actually have they break off amongst them little cells, have a little Quranic discussion. And like, okay, but we're not, but yeah, okay, you can be shot. And I say, well, it is all right, because the owner of the house, I'd befriended that guy. I said, all right, if he shoots me, because I'm thinking if you're going to be executed, the terrifying part, some aggressive, but if it's the guy who's just putting you out of misery. Anyway, I say, is it okay if he shoots me? He's so overwhelmed that I've appointed him, he cries. And we're brought back into the room. I don't know what that was about, but that was the last few days. So then, day later, the Taliban, or it's about a few days later, comes back in, like the beginning where they bring in gifts, and he reads out that you're under arrest. This time they've got the Shura's finding, the end of an investigation, and they sit down, and it's like being in court. So I'm sitting there in my cell, my poor fixer, the Taliban commander who's acting as judge, jury, and executioner. Well, he's got his executioners with him, the armed guys and the family. He sits there and he said, I've got the Shura, which is the ruling council of the Taliban. We've got their judgment. And it's like the fucking biblical scroll. He brings it out by order of the Taliban. I'm up first. I'm sitting there. You are found innocent of all charges. And I go, thank God for that. And this guy has the comedic timing of it. It lets me say, he goes, but the Shura voted to kill you anyway to send a message to other journalists not to try this again. I'm like, wait, what? And I'm just, and I'm literally, hang on, I thought I was innocent. What? And I just literally just like slump forward. And he lets me suffer. Like, what? I thought I was innocent. Now, and then he goes, but Siraj Haqqani and myself vetoed the Shura and have said you can live. So you're free to go. I'm like, so it's literally you're innocent, but we're voting to kill you anyway, but we've vetoed that. You're free. And that was my judgment. And I'm just now at this point reeling like, wow. Then it's my fixer. The judgment is you're guilty of charges, all charges, working for foreigners. But we're not going to execute you. And then he left the room. And we're like, don't believe this, Taliban. Now, at the beginning of this case, as I told you, one of my other fixers who'd been killed working for an Italian journalist, they exchanged the Italian, he was killed, and the Taliban had said, we're not going to have a case like that. I promised at the beginning of the experience, my fixer, I made a vow that, because his fear was my British company would negotiate my release, pay a ransom or whatever, but would leave him behind. And I vowed to him that I'd never leave without him. We're either going to both live and getting through this or not. And so the Taliban then said, right, you're both now we're going to drive you to Peshawar. We've got to separate you for security. So I'm taken out and I make the owner of the house, he swears, he said, look, they will protect my fixer. And I believe him. Because he knows if I get out, tell the Americans we're his house, he thought I had the power to bring in, air support. They think, we're all friends of top. And I'm like, I didn't have no power, but I said to him, you look after my fixer, get him to Peshawar. So the Taliban, I get pulled out. The first thing they do is we're driving, and it's the same driver who drove me up there, this young Gucci, I called him, because he had a Prada gun belt. He was some dodgy Pakistani, I don't know who he was, but he didn't look like Taliban. He looked more like ISI, Pakistani intelligence, dodgy guy to me. He had different number plates on. He was with the Taliban, but something very suspicious. He turned up again, and he's driving me up into the mountain. After about 5 minutes leaving the house, because remember this local family had offered me PANA, tribal protection. Few minutes drive up the house, he stops the car. I'm in the back. It's at nighttime. He gets out, comes to my back seat, and I see his gun. He takes his gun out, and it's now at my height. And I'm like, fuck, it was a trick. They just wanted me out of the house. I'm dead. And then he just crouched down and has a piss, because they crouch because they're wearing. And I'm like, you fucking. I'm just like, your life now. It's just like, I thought he was going to kill me. He gets back in the car and says, sorry, I just needed a piss. We drive down now, it's sunrise. We're back in this village where I'd seen initially on the way, drive up there, hundreds of Arab fighters. He says, I need to switch cars for security. Here's a burqa. It's a woman's, the blue burqa, and ladies' shoes. He says, stick these on, sit on the side of the road with an old man they had with us. He said, I got to go and change the car. It won't be long. Try and sit like a woman. He drove off. As I'm sitting in a burqa on the side of a road, thinking, how does a woman sit exactly? And I'm doing the real Euro thing now, American, but I'm sitting in a burqa thinking, how does a woman sit? And then I'm looking through the filament. I'm like, oh my God, we see women in those purdah, which is the Persian word for, it's like in prison. But you never realize actually inside, they can't see out properly. So it's one thing, you always think it's how horrific it is that they're having to beware that. But in fact, some of the filaments, so you can only see out by squinting. I'm like, God, this is how women have to, can't even see life. And I'm squinting. And as I'm squinting, I'm like, oh, fuck. It's about 30 Arab and Afghan fighters, all covered in dirt, coming back from the front lines with the Americans, walking right towards me. And again, when I'm in shock, I get the giggles because I think, what is the life expectancy here of a white man dressed as a woman on the side of a road? I got like less than a second before these fuckers kill me. But being a woman in a burqa and then being good Muslims, they don't look at me. They just walk right past me, like as close as this. I'm invisible. And then the car pulls up and it's the Taliban goes, go on, get in. And we drive to Peshawar. I'll never forget this thing, or when we get back into Pakistan proper, all the Pakistan army posts just letting them through. I'm like, they clearly know who's who. Get out, and we're in the now last safe house. And this was a really difficult time because now you're desperate to live and to get out. You see the end coming, but it's like soldiers tell me, infill and exfil is always the most dangerous time. And in this place, there's some Taliban wounded. There were some people who were mentally disturbed who were pawing me. This young mental guy was sort of hands over me, and I just needed to get out. It was like some Texas Chainsaw Massacre scenario. And I moved to another room, and now the exchange is getting ready, and the Taliban guy's on the phone saying, talking English, we've got the package. Have you got delivery? So it's clearly, and I heard later what was happening there, talking to some money man hired by the company to pay. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm like, where the fuck's my fixer? So they're negotiating the handover, and they're saying, we've got the package ready. And he speaks English. He's talking to some English person, English speaking. And I say, I don't want to be released without my fixer. And the guy's on the phone looking at me, and he's got armed men looking at me. And I turn away and I pray, I say to God, I have got 10 seconds of this fake bravado before, because every sinew in your body wants to be released. I want to get home to my children, but I promised my fixer I wouldn't leave without him. And the guy looking at me, it's also the most dangerous point for the Taliban, because if there's an exchange, that's when Pakistan or US can come in and swoop. And he's looking like, fuck, there's nut fucking guys refusing to be released. And he knows he can bully me and put me in a gun, but he's like, fuck. He goes, all right, get on the phone. Whoever's holding my fixer nearby is told release package 2. The people negotiating my release were not that bothered. I was the Westerner priority. They were ready to negotiate handover one package. So luckily, I didn't have to have much fake courage. So they went, okay, both packages. Both put in the car, bundled out of the back of a car with a hood. And I'll never forget this. 20 years working in war zones with American soldiers. You know, I'm British, but hood's taken off. And there's this big, old, fat American who's so lovely. He's my hostage negotiator. He's American. He was there to pick me up. He'd been ex-FBI hostage negotiator, now private, like all of them, hired by my production company. He steps forward, says, sir, welcome home. Shakes my hand, hands me a donut and a coffee. I start crying. I don't know if it's the donut, but it's his lovely, sonorous American welcome home, sir. And I get put in the back of a car, taken off, and we became lifelong friends. That's when I come back to Heathrow. The doors swing open, and there's my little sons, Lukey and Gabriel saying, Daddy, I'm 4, and so I'm back home. That's when I had my breakdown and let it all out, all the shit. But anyway.
God, man, so crazy. I know in the, like, especially in the Lad Bible interview, like if you look at the comments, people are like just taken back by the fact that you just refused to leave without the fixer.
Yeah, you know, I think people, I don't know about anyone, but he got me through it. I couldn't have survived without him, because when I say that, literally some of the Taliban were out of control, the mad waziris who want to cut your throat, and the commanders, but the owner of the house, because the Taliban were worried they were going to put us in a cave, in a black cave, dark cave, where you got mad local fighters and Arabs who think if they cut the throat, they'll go to heaven. It was only by me bonding with the owner, and I couldn't have done that without my fixers translating. I mean, without the communicate language. And I just, again, it's your survival instinct. I remember praying to God, turned my back on this guy trying to do the handover, and just went, please, I've got 10 seconds, help me. And then I was giving a few seconds, and I'll admit now, if they said, no, it's you, do you want to be released or not? Anyway, I never had to answer that question, but he never asked. He said, all right, 2 packages. Yeah.
So a couple things, like number one, like when you're being told that, like basically when you make the request to be shot in the head and appoint the owner of the house, your executioner, like that confirms to you, like, okay, they are going to kill me. Like what, and especially in a time that like that decision's not made for you, it's made by someone else. Like what's going through your head at that moment?
So I don't know if it's a mock execution to break me, not an execution, but a conversion. What's going through my head in that time was bliss. You've made your peace. I'd seen my whole life. I could literally, in the 3 or 4 months, had this intense, it's your brain just like, give you anything you need. It's a recall over my life. That's one of the great privileges. And it only happens, and it doesn't only happen to hostages. I've read about it in terminal patient cancer wards. It doesn't work, it doesn't happen to the human body if a doctor says you've got cancer, but when doctor comes in and says you've got 3 days to live, or in my case, you're a hostage, thinking you're going to be executed, or a soldier, or the drowning man syndrome, you see your life. In my experience, and I've read, it's like a common experience. I saw my life, but not flash before me because I wasn't drowning. I could pause this life viewing in between these conversations over a period of, it wasn't the whole time, but so I'd made peace in my life because I saw, I found the meaning of life. Now this is again like a British Monty Python sketch. The meaning of life, which everyone finds elusive, was so clear to me, but so, I'm laughing because it's like what your granny said when you were young, eat up those vegetables because there are poor people in Africa who are less fortunate. And that is the meaning of life. That I realized that first of all, as a child, you should love our parents, but now I'm a parent, it's to be a protector and a provider to my children. That's your sole purpose. But so you can't protect and provide your children unless you protect and provide the environment, the food, because that's what we live and survive on. And to help those suffering, because for the first time in my life, I told you I had the World Service Radio. I was hearing a report on the BBC about a family in Sudan or Somalia where the husband had been killed trying to buy bread and the woman was crying. I started crying because I could feel her pain and suffering, because first time in my life, I'm living in fear of the kick on the door, that my life. So what that gave me was human empathy to other people's suffering. So that becomes part of life. Protect our children, provide for them, to help those less privileges and to ease suffering. And for me, it's the creative thing, planting a tree, helping watch children grow, to create, write, tell stories. Just seemed that's life. When you reminded me that's bliss, that spiritual awareness and sense of life and God, and doesn't last long. Because I thought, fucking hell, if I come out of here by some miracle, I'll be like, Jesus reborn, Mother Teresa, I've seen the light. It was a week later after my release, I'm in London in a nightclub or a bar drinking strawberry daiquiris, and some woman who saw me on TV says, "Do you want a line of Coke?" And then invites me back to her place. And I'm thinking, oh, this isn't quite the meaning of life. I thought. Anyway, you can't live life like that the whole time. But it gave me that's why I call it the greatest lesson in life. You know, you go back to normal life, but I've never quite lost sight of the exquisite fragility and because of that, joy of life.
So you started talking about before just having like one of those intense traumatic experiences. You can almost kind of be taken back there at any time. And so like I know with these sorts of situations, they say like coming home and reintegrating is often like harder than the captivity itself. And did you find that to be the case when you came home?
Yes. Well, it's like, first of all, they say captivity, the hostage situation is often worse for the loved ones back home because not knowing, and I think that's true because as a hostage, there'll be minutes, moments where you might be having a pleasant or not terrifying time, but your mother's thinking you're being tortured the whole time. During captivity, your survival instinct kicks in, and I mentioned how it's often moments of bliss, feeling so connected to loved ones. You're blocking out the horrors, the darkness, the guy with the knife, seeing people being beaten up. I thought he was going to be dragged out and executed. I think it's a survival thing. You block that out to survive. But you're also, knowing you could be killed at any moment, overwhelmed by love. And I've read letters of hostages who were killed by ISIS, sent home to their mothers. And it's all having the same experience, that they're overwhelmed by memories of love and light in this darkness. So I was overwhelmed by light in there, in the dark cell. When you come home, all that stuff you put out to block out, your brain's now like knows, okay, I'm in a safe space. I was consumed by the darkness. So for the next 4 months, I'm in bed every night, seeing people being beheaded and shot. And it was videos I'd seen, my own experience. That was my day. My nights were consumed by images of executions and death for about 3 or 4 months. And let my kids down, didn't see them. My ex-wife was a real trooper, breaking a window to come and get me because I couldn't answer the phone. Any kind of confrontation was difficult. When you're being talk about safe space and triggered, you got people right in your face. You then avoid any kind of anything. So it took, I was 3 or 4 months in captivity. Took a few years to get over. Yeah.
So, I mean, you don't have to get into detail, but like something happened where your ex-wife came and broke the window to your house.
In my apartment, don't want to answer the door. You realize you cut off. Here's the weird thing. In captivity, cut off from the world, I felt connected. So connected to my loved ones. Could see what they're doing, feel how they were feeling. Really in tune with them. And then talk to them later, like, I had one really strange experience where I'm looking back on my life, age 8, school assembly in England, little English primary school. Would play the school recorder. I think we played God Save the Queen or something, and a prayer. And the girl next to me, age 8, I suddenly remembering, and she's called Alison Priestley. And I'm in captivity going, God, I haven't thought of her in 30, 40 years. If I get out of here by some miracle, I'll call her and say, hey, how's your life turn out? And I then laugh thinking this would be a weird call because I'd say, look, you don't know who I am. I sat next to you, age 8, in school assembly. But I had this weird experience. I'm just wondering how life's gone. 2 days after I'm released, my brother says, a really weird call. Got a call from a woman who says, look, this is weird. Your brother won't know who I am. My name's Alison Priestley. I sat next to him, but I read about him in the news. Just wanted to let him know. How weird is that? Had so many of those. So I don't know, so it's a really spiritual thing, but coming out, you then cut off from the world. Back in life, back in normal society, I disconnected. And it was like that TV series Homeland, where I remember seeing the first episode. I don't know why I watched it. He crawls up on the floor. I couldn't sleep in a bed because I've been used to sleeping on hard floors. So I think it was I disconnected because I'm overwhelmed by you're processing, basically, decompressing, and you cut off because you don't really want to see lovely children and people when you're thinking of beheadings every night.
So what did you do to like get back on your feet? Was it just like talking to like a crisis psychologist and
avoided them like the plague? This thing, I think soldiers will see this. If you go to a PTSD therapist who's not been in war zones and they say, tell me your story, the moment you mention a hood, they're like, oh, tell me about your childhood. I'm like, no, trust me, childhood ain't a problem. It's some guy putting a gun to my head. You don't feel they've really been through it. I went to live in countries. I rented a house in the countryside and cut off. It just takes time. So and your family help you. My ex-wife helped me get through it. The children, and you get through it. And the good times get better. And one of the things I did was just strange. So in captivity, to escape from my dark cell, I would go on these visceral daydreams where I would, so I would take my children on holiday. So I would imagine going on to Florida, Disneyland. But you can't say, I'll take my kids to Florida because you've used up 30 seconds. So I would think, okay, going to go to which airline, Virgin or United, go to Florida, what we're going to do. And I would use up 3 hours of daydreaming. When I got out, I went on those real vacations with my kids, which I'd imagined I would do. And that was a lovely thing. I took my kids to Florida Disney. I'd also dreamt of taking them to the Arctic Circle dog sledding. I must have took them dog sledding. And it was, life becomes real and fictional because the holiday in, dog sledding through the Arctic Circle on frozen lakes was as surreal and magical as the dream, which had been as real and visceral as the reality. And last life you realize this, it is both intense joy and it can be like the movies and intense. And I would start having these you slowly get back to life. And here's the strange thing about repeating. I'd had enough at that point, the Middle East and terrorism. 98 to 2000, my Kashmir to my kidnap was 10 years, a decade. I'm now slowly getting my life together, spending time with my children. One of the adventures I dreamt of taking them was driving around to Iceland. 2014, I'm on my road trip with my 2 boys around Iceland, and it's the most beautiful place in the world. And it's like volcanoes, glaciers, and we're in this, and that like Afghanistan and Kashmir, when you've got that kind of landscape, it brings out the emotions. You're on a volcanic island. I think one of the volcanoes. So something really, you're dealing with raw emotions. And it's part of my rebuilding and bonding with my boys who are now like 10 and 12. We're in Iceland in a camper van. One night, the phone is just going, my mobile phone, bing, bing, bing. And I know that means, because it's the war correspondents, they're not like other journalists, we're a little traveling band. There's only about 100 hardcore journalists who cover the world's wars for the whole world's media, because we work for German, French, American, British, Italian. And when my phone's going, I know that's one of my gang comrades, and it's James Foley, American friend, beheaded by Jihadi John, ISIS. This is August 2014. And I wake up and my son, Luke, he says, Dad, that could have been you. And he didn't say, there by the grace of God, aren't you lucky? But he was accusing me, that's what you put me through, Daddy. So that brought me back into that world, which I thought I'd left behind. I never went to Syria. I didn't want to go close. And here's the thing about life. I look back, I thank God I was kidnapped. in 2008 by the Taliban. Because on that, I was talking about being like Icarus flying closer to the sun. If I hadn't been kidnapped, I would have carried on doing it. When Syria happened, I would have been straight in trying to interview ISIS, and I would have ended up kidnapped like James Foley. So thank God, Taliban. 2014. And then I had some, as you know, going forwards, got involved in that case.
Yeah. So let's, I guess, let's wrap this just kidnapping piece up on a lighter note. Wasn't there a very, I remember hearing about like a really funny moment when you're in captivity, and you can either tell this story or another one, but the one where they sat you down and asked you like the most ridiculous question about Westerners.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. The lighter side of kidnapping.
Yeah.
Well, bizarrely, so after the judge, Taliban commander, judge, jury, executioner, had decided my innocence, everyone relaxed. And bizarrely, the mullah who brought us up there, who I saw hooded, pleading for his life, beaten up, he appeared back on the scene. Like, turned up just before I was being released. And I was like, you look all right again, improved. What's happened? I don't know what. I think that, I don't know if him being beaten up and interrogated was to, again, mock, to confuse me, that he was clearly, whatever it was, but this mullah turns up the day I'm being released. And they spent weeks interrogating me. They never, when they interrogated me, saying, sorry about this, they just came in, tell us what you know, tell us what you know. The mullah comes in and says, oh, do you mind if I ask you a question? But you're like, do you mind? I'm like, yeah, you've asked me a lot of questions. I'm like, yeah, not at all. You know, now at this point, I look like Robinson Crusoe. I've lost whatever it is in American pounds, 3 stone in weight. I'm emaciated, long beard, missing teeth. And I'm sitting on a plastic bin garbage thing. I just turn upside down. I'm sitting on it. And he said, do you mind? Well, he said, do you mind if I ask you? It's slight. He said, you sure you won't take offense? Because it's of a slightly delicate nature. I'm thinking, now you're asking me if I'm going to take offense. You had me in there for 3 months interrogating me. I'm like, no. Of course I won't. Fire away. Clearly, this is the one question they wanted to know, and it wasn't part of their official, but this is what they really want to know, because everyone came into the room. Guards, put the gun, and I'll never forget, the family came in, my fixer sitting by my side, and I'm like on the throne, this upside-down plastic thing. The mullah's at my feet, and the 2 guards who put their guns down, and like children looked up. And I said, all right, what's the question? He said, well, now, don't take offense, because we know in the West about, is it true in the West, women are free to marry animals? And I'm like, and I'm trying to get my head, and I remember you're not supposed to laugh. I'm like, wow. But as I'm still getting my head around this question, you went, not just any animals, even small animals. And then I think, at this point, I'm so ready to be released. I'm fed up of being nice with these. And I think in my head, fucking hell, what are these people like? And I wanted to answer, yeah, because we're so corrupt and hedonistic and sick in the West that, yeah, I know lots of women who've married big animals like whales and giraffes, but we draw the line at small animals. I couldn't understand why we're not that sick. I'm like, what's the thing about big and small? So I turned to my fixer and said, this is fucking... I don't want to get in trouble over it. This fucking mullah mad. What's he on about? And my fixer went, no, I've heard that as well. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, you're all mad. And I say, but I'm trying not to laugh. And they're all in, like the audience, looking up like they've all heard this, that women in the West are free to marry animals. And they hear a lot about this, and they're like, they really want to know. So I don't want to upset, I don't get myself killed, or I've just been told I'm free to go. So I'm trying to keep a straight face. I'm like, well, no, I'm not. But, and I don't want to, because of course, so I'm saying, well, in the West, we're capable of all sorts of things, Tell me what have you heard, because I'm not quite sure. He said, well, we read a report about a woman. It was so funny, because if ever it's true, it could be here. A woman in Holland. I went, aye, the yellow's Dutch to my fixer, who's lapping it up. So a woman in Holland read a magazine article, thought, hang on, I suppose you weren't supposed to be looking at photographs. Woman in Holland married a frog. And I was a bit slow because I got other things in my mind that I hadn't twigged at this point. Right? And I went, frog? And then it slowly dawns on me. I said, was there something odd about the frog? And he went, yeah. Thinking I must have read the same article. He said, yeah, it had a crown. I'm not making this up. This is the Mueller. Now, what is terrifying? So I then dawned. I realized they confused the Frog Prince fairy tale with reality. What was terrifying was this Mueller was, when he was doing, talking to the Taliban fighters, praying with them, he would repeat the story of how Western soldiers, we're fucking frogs, basically. We're people in the West, we have sex with frogs. That's why you got to fight the Westerner. When I'm talking to, later on in Britain, so they confused the Frog Prince fairy tale, but months later, I'm talking to some British soldiers about this game, and I just mentioned, God, they're so mad, these guys. At one point they thought, the women in the West, they'd read a report about women in the West marrying frogs. He went, oh, this is interesting. Now, this guy went into his office, there was a children's book it was a translation of the Frog Prince fairy tale. From English to Pashtun translation. And it was paid for by USAID as a gift to Afghanistan in the 1960s. And every child in Afghanistan had been given these free fairy tale books to help learn to speak. One of them was the Frog Prince fairy tale of the princess who kisses the frog, he comes back into life as a prince. 50 years later, that fairy tale has been twisted by the Taliban to use as propaganda to justify fighting the Westerner because we fuck frogs. And I'm like, so it's not about injustice, Guantanamo Bay. They think we're marrying frogs. That's why they're fighting us anyway. Yeah, that was I forgot about that.
That's a good one, man. So bizarre.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Okay, so you mentioned Jim before, James Foley, the American journalist who was beheaded by ISIS. And so, let's get into the hostage takers. So I guess kind of take us through what this project was and kind of how it came about and the plan for it. Yeah.
Well, so the hostage takers is a documentary film made by Danish television. It wasn't my project. Puck Damsgaard, a brilliant Danish foreign correspondent, and Danish television made it. And for me, it wasn't. It's where I took off my journalist hat and was acting as a friend. So it's really, for my whole career as a journalist, my interest with Islamist movements, Taliban, insurgents in Iraq, or British and American soldiers, as a journalist, and I make no apology because it was a sensitive issue in Afghanistan and Iraq with American and British soldiers that I'd be attempting to interview insurgents or Taliban. And my response, I always felt okay with it, was, I'd never be pro them, but I think it's important to understand why they're fighting us, and the classic cliche, understand thy enemy, but it's a sound journalism. With the ISIS case, specifically, they're called the ISIS Beatles cell. They were called the Beatles because they, in the Syria war, 23 Western hostages, NGO, the best of the best, Western NGO workers, young kids who'd gone over to Syria to try and help alleviate suffering, and young journalists, 23 were kidnapped by ISIS. And the hostages, who never saw the terrorists, they always wore masks, heard 4 voices, in particular British. So these hostages, who were European Americans, collectively knew them, called them the Beatles, 4 British guys. And one of the hostages was a friend of mine, James Foley, the American journalist. So my interest in that story was purely as a friend of wanting to get justice for the families, because Jim had been kidnapped 2014. The leader of the cell, Jihadi John, he was the one who appeared on television clad in black with all the hostages in boiler suits, orange boiler suits, the first one being Jim, beheaded live on television. And this guy, Jihadi John, pointing a knife, "This is for you, Obama," or Cameron. When I saw those, when I saw Jim, I felt just visceral disgust. And I remember at that point, that's it for me. I've got no interest in trying to understand the world, trying to understand these people. It was just like families and friends of people who are affected by violence. Just, ugh. I'd stopped doing the Middle East, covering the Middle East at that point. But then, so I just switched off. Then 2018, around about that period, 19, Jihadi John, the leader of the cell, who was the guy beheading them, was killed by in a US Hellfire missile strike in Syria. But the other 2 members of the cell had been captured. When the ISIS was collapsing that period, all of the ISIS were being killed or fleeing. A lot of them fled to the Kurdish-controlled area in Syria, the Kurds being the West's main ally in the region. And they fled there knowing, unlike if they fled to Iraq, where they'd be summarily executed, or by Shias or Sunnis, they knew the Kurdish would treat them well. And this is one of the ironies. They were vowing to kill Westerners, but when they knew the war was collapsing and ISIS caliphate was collapsing, they wanted to be captured by pro-Western allies, not other forces in the region. And 2 of these members of this cell, so-called Beatles ISIS cell, were captured by the Kurds. Alexanda Kotey, and I've forgotten the guy's name.
Shafee Elsheikh.
So yeah, the 2 guys who'd been captured, Shafee Elsheikh and Kotey. And they'd done a few media interviews, and they were horrible. They were taunting the West, taunting the hostages, denying their involvement, denying, like, journalists would ask the Beatles, like, aren't they a pop group, and they were English. This cell, like Jihadi John, were all from London. Just to pull you back, I'd already been kidnapped, 2008, had enough. I was grounded, as it were, stopped going to the Middle East. And I was doing some other story, had to go on a hostile environment course. And on this course, run by British soldiers, they show videos of war situations, what not to do. These are dangerous things. And in this class about what not to do, this is the wrong thing, there were 2 or 3 clips of me. And this British soldier goes, look at this, look at this fucking idiot. And I'm at the back of the class going, oh God, that's me. Next to me, this young American guy really had this look like Paul Newman, Hollywood, and he turned to me and said, hey dude, it was Jim Foley's how we met. We met on a hostile environment course. At that point, he's working for Stars and Stripes. He's going off. So he's staying in London, doesn't have enough money to pay. So he comes to stay with me in London. And it was really a lovely moment because I was a bit jaded, but he was starting his career as a foreign correspondent. And we met at that lovely time, bonded. Ironically, I lived in Maida Vale, 5 minutes away from where Jihadi John, real name Mohammed Mwazi, lived. And we're all this ISIS cell, we're all from West London, very close to where I lived. And then, I met Jim in 2011. He's kidnapped, killed 2014. So then jump forward, what's it covered, to 2018-19. The rest of the cell are captured. But no one's been brought to justice. There's summary execution of Jihadi John, but you've got these two members of the cell who are denying they had any involvement, peripheral involvement maybe, but they didn't know anything. And they were kind of taunting the hostages and the West, feeling very comfortable that they know it's almost impossible to prove in cases, courts. Something that happened in Syria, you may know they're the terrorists, but they'd worn hoods. It was enough for them to know. They also they knew their stuff in court cases, and they're relying on the Kurdish being the good guys who aren't going to torture them, and they're now relying on knowing that America or Britain has to prosecute them in a court now. They can't just kill them with hellfire. They're feeling really confident, and they know as well, they're well trained, and that in a court trial, you can't, maybe intelligence information can't be admitted as evidence in a court trial, CIA, because there's always the defense. They may have got information using torture in a prison cell. So very little evidence from military or intelligence sources can be admitted in a court of trial in America or Britain. So they were pretty confident. I don't know why I had a feeling that I knew these guys, well-trained terrorists, wouldn't confess. But I just had this feeling that if I sit down with my friends, kidnappers and killers, that maybe they make a mistake, that they could say something that might be useful. And I have to admit, that was in the back of my head when I'm a journalist there. But I was told when I went out for the BBC to interview them, the BBC said, are you okay going to Syria to sit down with your friend James Foley's killers? I was like, yeah. And of course, I'd had you'd asked me earlier what it's like coming back from captivity, but I didn't realize what it's like to sit down. But to prepare for the interview, I obviously read as much as I could so I read a lot about their case because there was all the European hostages had been released. They had all the hostages' account of the torture. There was other evidence at that point. And of course, ISIS had killed all the British and the American hostages who hadn't. Stephen Sotloff, another American, the British. There was also an American aid worker, this lovely young woman, Kayla Mueller, who disappeared in captivity. She was working partly for Medicine Sans Frontier. She'd been held by the Beatles, and then ISIS made some statement that she'd been killed in a bombing raid by James. So they were implicated in a lot of horrific torture, apart from the kidnapping, captivity, torture, including, I'll never forget reading one account that they took almost psychotic pleasure, these 4 British guys, in the captivity of the hostages, forcing them to fight each other, electrics, stun guns. So compared to my captivity, reading these accounts just sounded hellish. Another spectrum of violence, psychotic violence. But I wanted to interview them. But I read all about it, and I was told 2 things. Keep it professional. If you're sitting down with your friends' killers, if you want them to talk, you get a good interview. But also, I've now got 2 hats on. I'm a journalist, making a sort of TV interview, but I'm also hoping that they might say something. Keep very professional. And as a friend of mine, journalist, said, Sean, leave Jim at the door. When you walk into that room, don't bring Jim in with you. Well, so I was told all of that. Get to Syria. As I walk in, something comes over you, and you think you've processed your kidnapping. It's Shafee Elsheikh, first one I meet, little guy. We shake hands, and as I sit down, being told, leave Jim at the door, keep it professional. When as I shake his hand, I don't know what overcame me, it's when I felt his hand. And I think trauma can be, you can feel trauma. If you've inflicted pain on others or you've had pain inflicted on you, you can feel like animals physically let trauma go. I felt his hand. I couldn't help myself as I'm shaking his hand and remembering I want to try and win him over to get him to talk. I just blurred out. I said, look, I might as well tell you now, your good friend, I'm still shaking his hand, Jihadi John, Mohammed Mazi, cut the head off my good friend, James Foley. And we're sitting down, and he's literally at this point, and he's looking me in the eye, and I've just said to him, your friend, Jihadi John's killed my friend. And the feeling between us is just, and he's trying to let go, and I won't let his hand, and we sit down. So that was the beginning of my 2 sessions, about 3 hours with him. And the strangest thing happened sitting, I'd read how Shafee Elsheikh had put Jim into chokeholds, beat people. So to hold the hand of someone who'd inflicted pain, suffering with his hand, I could feel it. Really strange thing how, I don't like this, it's so dark, this. I watched one of your podcasts when some operators talking about ISIS being of a different nature. They really are. It's just a dark chapter, and my personal life, I'm insignificant in this, but meeting these people, never felt anything like that, meeting Taliban, people of that kind. I'm sure there are people who could do it, but I'm sitting down with people who took psychotic pleasure in torture. One of them was a friend of mine. But weirdly, he'd open up. And 2 reasons why. There was some amazing luck. Before I arrived, they'd done about 6 other interviews with journalists and were just taunting hostages, claiming they didn't know what the Beatles thought they were a pop group, knew nothing, because they were too smart to confess. But a week before I arrived, because they thought all that could happen, the only options the Kurdish had was they'd get sent to America or UK for a trial, but they knew there wasn't enough. They knew for sure there wasn't enough evidence, because the British Crown Prosecution Service had announced there's not enough evidence to prosecute them in a UK court. And the Americans felt, so they knew there was not enough evidence. So they didn't have no reason to talk. But before I arrived, 10 days, I think, or 5 days before, 10 French ISIS volunteers, fighters who'd been captured by Kurdish, had been driven to Baghdad, where they were given a 10-minute trial and found guilty. And I knew that must have that hadn't occurred to them, wow, that was one of the options. They could be sent to a kangaroo court in Baghdad. And it scared the life out of them. So when I got there, they realized that was one of the options, that maybe they'd be driven to Baghdad for a quickie trial, like some other, and would end up dead. So they realized, talk their way out of that, which means talk their way into a trial in UK or America to say enough, in my interview or other media interview, in my case, I happened to be the person who turned up, to say enough to me to maybe get them a trial in America, but not say so much as to be found guilty. And that was the cat and mouse. So I'm sitting there talking to them, and he starts saying, yeah, okay, I was in this cell, but I didn't know what was happening. I'm just a little go-between, talking between my friend Mohammed Mwazi, Jihadi John, and the hostages. So he starts saying, I'm an innocentish member of this cell. Didn't know it was kind of... But something else was happening, which was, it wasn't remorse, but inflicted so much trauma on others. It was a burden. I felt physically it was a burden on him when you've caused so much pain. So somehow, shaking my hand, he was unburdening himself of some of this trauma. And he opened up and said way too much. He then goes out of the room, and what's funny is Kotey then comes in, and I had planned to interview them separately, so then, even though I'm a journalist, but I could then check what one said was to another. I'd watched too many movies with FBI debriefing people, but I've seen it in the movies, do them separately, and then say to one, well, hang on, your friend said this. Kotey went the other way with Elsheikh opened up. Even at one point, I showed him a photograph of him as a young kid. He was almost crying. It was quite an emotional bond. And what's weird is he felt he could talk to me because, one, I'm from London, from his part town, but I knew Jim Foley and I'd been kidnapped. He said that to me. The fact that you've been kidnapped, you know what we're talking about. So ironically, he could open up more to me than he had to any, obviously, journalists, but also his Department of Defense or FBI debriefers. He found it easier to offload, which is often the way. You can offload someone who knows your world. I happen to know as well because I've been kidnapped. And I knew the guy he tortured. Strange stuff happening, and it's just all on a subconscious level, but he really offloaded too much on me. Kotey came in, I think found out, because they chatted a bit before they came in, that his mate had told me too much, and it was much more aggressive. The whole interview turned south very quickly with him. And he was really like, I'm not going to tell you anything. He was quiet. And he realized I was a risk that I could, and it maybe his friend had talked too much. So he was much more antagonistic. And at one point he's going, well, why are you taking it so personally? You know, what's your problem?
Are you upset, Sean?
Yeah. And I went, wow, well, he said, yeah, you upset? The whole jihadi shtick he dropped, he sounded much more like a London gangster, which was his background, a little drug, like street kid back, he's like, you upset or something? I said, look, sorry, I had watched my friend and I did this, on camera as your friend. And as I was doing this, he stopped me like with two London blokes. He says, I watched that documentary, the James Foley story, and I'm still like, yeah, his brother is a right whiner. He was talking about how James Foley's brother had been talking on camera. Whining means like whining on about, and I was like, what? Sorry, you're complaining that his brother was upset that you cut Jim's hair. And I told that talk about keep it professional, and I'm like, and then he said something like, yeah, what's your problem or something? And I just snapped and I saw red and I went, I tell you what, I don't know, can I, and it's not pleasant, but I went, I tell you what my fucking problem is, you motherfucker. I watched you and your friends cut Jim's head off. And we stood up and the Kurdish guards, I went, that's what my because he said, I went, this ain't about fucking TV, you motherfuckers. You killed and tortured my friend. I lost it. I'm really ashamed that I lost it. But he stood up and straight was like, you fucking muppet. And then he realized all this thing about jihad and holy, he was just a thug. And he goes, if it wasn't for the guards, I went, yeah, you'd cut my fucking head off. I know you would. And the thing deteriorated, and they had to guards intervene, pulled us apart, and my interview was cancelled, and I broke down and cried because I thought I'd really lost the chance to help. Now, to my shame, and that's why I'm ashamed of swearing and losing I James Foley's mother, but I talked to Kayla Mueller's mother. Kayla Mueller, this young American girl, I knew the story. She was held, and they admitted this to me. They confessed. Elsheikh confessed that, yes, Kayla Mueller, this young girl, was kept by them, the Beatles. And they never helped her, never gave her any medicine, and she was terrified. I knew her from reading the reports. She had then been passed to al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, and was raped by him in captivity. Now, I'm confronting these two little thugs and reading about this young American woman, girl, Kayla. This is where I talk about they kidnapped the best of the best. When she was in captivity with Yazidi girls, this group who were held as sex slaves. Here's the head of this Islamic group claiming, I'm not an Islamophobe. I felt had great memories in the Middle East, but these people, ISIS, calling themselves Muslims. So the head of ISIS has his own harem of prostitutes. Kayla Mueller in captivity, and we know this for a fact because some of the Yazidi sex slaves escaped and gave their accounts to the authorities. She looked after these girls, and she hid from them her own pain and trauma, didn't want them to suffer. They managed to escape, some of these girls, and said to Kayla, come with us. And Kayla made a decision that they, with a white American foreign girl, they'd be less likely to be able to escape. They'd be captured. So she told them to leave without her because she would endanger their lives. Wow. And that's, of course, ISIS could never let that girl live because they can't have a young woman say, I was raped by the head of ISIS, this religious. So she was killed in captivity. I know that, and I'm talking to these men who said, oh yeah, which we saw in captivity. I also knew from the other hostages how James Foley had, with great courage, stood up to these ISIS guys when the other hostages were a bit scared or timid. And that's how I caught Elsheikh out, because he said, yeah. I said, Jim he was at, and as a result of standing up to them, but standing up by that, I mean asking for more food when people were hungry or clothes. I said, I heard James receive more punishment, didn't he? And he said, yeah. So why was that? Because he said, oh yeah, because the others thought, we might be tortured. I said, well, they knew it, wouldn't they? And he kept tripping himself up. So, and these was the people I was after. And the reason why I was ashamed about losing my temper, I talked to Marsha Mueller, Kayla's mother, of course, James Foley's mother, Diane Foley and John. And I knew, for me, it was a burden responsibility to try and get justice, because for the mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters of these hostages not getting justice and seen these terrorists on TV taunting, saying, what terrorists, what beals, was hell on earth. So I came back to London, asked to do this documentary for the Danish TV, because one of the hostages was Danish. And to cut a long story short, that my interview was then called by the US prosecutors, Justice Department, as evidence in the trial. And so I then went to America and saw that. But anyway, so both are now in federal prison in America.
First of all, dude, like you kept it. It was not only until it was the very end where it seemed like you and Kotey were gonna come to blows, but you were really super professional and really did check your emotion at the door. And but
it was like, I think I did about 9 hours before I lost it with them.
That's what I'm saying. That's such a long time.
You don't see in the film.
And that's, I didn't know that about Jim being the one to kind of stand up and ask for more food. I know Daniel Rye's account, who was the Danish prisoner, he mentions that Jim was like, he was very like stoic and he didn't say much and he wasn't easily rattled or thrown around. And he was kind of like a pillar of strength for the other hostages to look at. And I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking about a story. You probably know this but when they had Christmas in captivity, and just a couple, like the humanity. I encourage people to read that book, The ISIS Hostage by Puck Damsgaard. But,
yes, incredible book.
But anyway, yeah, it's cool to hear that about Jim because Daniel had a lot of nice things to say about him.
So here's a strange thing, and linking it back to my kid, and this is why I thank God, because my kidnap was nothing in comparison to theirs. But here's the common link. Daniel Rye, or this Danish hostage, Jim knew he was going to die, because he figured out as these Europeans slowly, one by one, are being released, that clearly the Europeans are doing negotiations. So anyone being left behind, i.e. the Americans, the British, were going to be killed. Jim still is giving solace to others. And he wants to tell his mother, he wants to write a letter, but he can't. So he tells it. Jim, so he teaches Daniel the letter, who learns it verbatim. So when this Danish hostage is released, he comes to America and he tells Diane Foley, Jim's mother, the letter. He's remembered it and writes it. And it's a great privilege. I read that letter. So here's a weird thing about love, and this is supposed to be a nice story. So I'm now talking to the mothers, and I'd never met Diane Foley, but I know from my experience as a hostage, I said to you earlier, I'd made peace. It's funny, I'm crying now with this, not long on, but I'd made peace with my life, and my only hard thing in captivity was the thought my death would cause suffering and pain to those I leave behind. I'd had a good life. And I was thinking, I'm happy. My only thing was, I don't want my family suffering now, my captivity and death casting a shadow. So years later, trying to interview these ISIS hostages to get justice for my friend. I know, without having ever met Diane Foley and all his family are suffering, I know from my experience that in captivity, I was buoyed up by love of my childhood memories of my brothers and sisters' holidays. I know, I can feel it in my bones, that Jim would have had the same experience. But when it comes to this life, you don't want to lie or give false hope. But I say to myself, look, Jim's a mate of mine. And so I knew he would have been wanting me to tell the mother, look, I was full of love for you. So please don't let my death cast a shadow of, please, I don't want you. It's the last thing you want when you're about to be killed and because you're feeling so in love with your family, you don't want them to suffer. So I know from my experience, you'd want your last words to be, please don't suffer, live well. And I thought, well, I don't want to say that to this woman, unless it's true. But I thought, well, you know what? I know in my bones that's what Jim would have been thinking. And anyway, as my mate, he won't mind me telling a white lie because he's my two blokes. So I said to Diane, look, Diane, I just want you to know Jim would want me to tell you that he was full of life's joy and full of memories of his childhood summers and full of love for you and his siblings. And she went, thank you, Sean. Was really touched. Said, you know what's funny you say that? Let me show you the letter Daniel read. I read James Foley's letter home. It was exactly like I told her, Mum, please, I'm full of love for you. I remember running around the kitchen with my brother and sister. He was buoyed up by memories of love and joy, and says, please don't now let my death cast a shadow of your life. I'm looking at that letter, and I sent her a email saying Jim would want me to tell you full of life. So I got it right. Who knew? She said, look, Sean, do you mind if I send your letter? I said, Jim would want me to tell you, please don't suffer. He would be full of his before death, full of life. She goes, do you mind if I share your letter you sent to me to Marsha Mueller, the mother of Kayla Mueller? I went, look, Diane, I'm not so sure. And I'm thinking to myself, I know I'm right. That's what they want. But Jim's a mate. I've never met Kayla Mueller. Obviously haven't met a mother. I don't want to let the mother believe something that may not have been true. Maybe Kayla, her story of being raped and tortured, poor young woman may not have been. Chances are not full of love and hope and light. But Diane said, please, can I send it to the mother? All the mothers, the hostages, very friendly. So I went, okay. Feeling a bit ill at ease, so I couldn't talk I could talk for my friend Jim, felt confident, not for this hostage Kayla. Diane Foley shares my letter saying, look, Jim would want me to tell you he loves you and full of love and memories. Please don't mourn him. She sent that to Marsha, who then calls me up in tears. And this is it. It says, it's like Kayla was talking to me through your letter. Do you mind if do you want to see the letter? So the Yazidi girls Kayla had written a letter, gave it to the Yazidi girls, Marsha Mueller said, do you want to see the letter Kayla wrote to me from her cell? I read this letter. I'm in a dark cell, but overwhelmed by the light. This is the common experience all hostages feel in that. So she's overwhelmed by light, a love of God, belief in God, memories of childhood summers, the love. So because she got so much unconditional love from her parents, her family, upbringing, her holidays, that's what fills you with light in captivity. So all the horrors, the torture, rape, can't penetrate, extinguish that light. And she's wanting her mother to know, because you have that intense experience when life's about to end, you're overwhelmed. And it's a really strong, powerful, you may doubt it later on, but so me saying to Diane, and now it's been said to Marsha, my friend Jim, and by extension Kayla, would want you to know, please don't be sad, we're filled with life. It's being confirmed back by these letters. So that is intense. So when I had that, knowing those mothers and the privilege of knowing them, never met Kayla, but Kayla's in my prayers every night. I feel that I felt responsibility to get justice for them. And so doing this interview with the killers and them confessing to me, and then that being used as evidence was sometimes, as journalists it's a good thing.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah, look at that.
And for people, there's a couple excerpts of Jim's letter in this book, and I just read them. I think this is when they're talking about when Daniel Rye, he got released, and he went to Diane Foley and the Foley's house.
He had to learn this because they couldn't write it.
Right.
So he had to learn it off by heart, and then he wrote it down and met Diane.
And it was because they had pen and paper in the cell, but they were afraid of him smuggling it out, the repercussions from the ISIS guys.
Oh, so yeah, he didn't write it down. He learned. Well, he may have done it in the cell. He learned it off by heart, by rote. Right. Then they tore up that letter, and Daniel carried it out in his head.
So here's a couple excerpts. The title was "A Letter from Jim" and included a note to his grandmother. Grammy, please take your medicine, take walks, and keep dancing. I plan to take you out to margaritas when I get home. Stay strong because I'm going to need your help to reclaim my life. Katie, who I think was his sister, his younger sister. Katie, I'm so very proud of you. You're the strongest of us all. I think of you working so hard, helping people as a nurse. I'm so glad we texted just before I was captured. I pray I can come to your wedding. I have good days and bad days. We're so grateful when anyone is freed, but of course yearn for our own freedom. We try to encourage each other and share strength. We're being fed better now and daily. We have tea, occasionally coffee. I've regained most of my weight lost last year. I remember so many great family times that take me away from this prison. I feel you, especially when I pray. I pray for you to stay strong and to believe. I really feel I can touch you even in this darkness when I pray.
Yeah.
And
he remembers running around the kitchen with being chased by his brother. What's funny, I knew in my heart that it just shows in the worst experiences, it's a common human experience. If you've had that unconditional love and faith, it buoys you up. Kayla's letter is just intense. The young girl, and she was kept on her own, away because of the men all the male hostages, Jim and Dan wrote, were often collective in a group. They had common friendship to keep them going. Kayla was often on her own. And never lost faith, and never lost strength, and never lost love. And I'm in awe. You see, earlier we're talking about going to war zones, but there's this young American girl from Arizona letting these Yazidi girls escape, not going with them because she might endanger their life. That's courage and love. So, and it was a privilege for me to meet the families of these people. I never met Kayla, but I felt very close to her, and obviously my friend James. I always have a smile because he was, and this is the thing. Here's the lightness in the dark tale. People like us do these things. I mean, your life. I was saying to Diane, we're living life, loving life. Jim had been in Libya, covering Libya. You're doing work. You asked me this at the beginning when I was in Kashmir. There's a lot of other jobs you can do in journalism. You can interview Kim Kardashian, no offense, but celebrities. But you're doing work that counts. You're traveling, and when you and people say there's so much good going on in it, and your life ends, but it's the people you leave behind to pick up all the pieces. But I don't think we should mourn Jim, because he lived life to the full, and so did Kayla.
Man, thank you for sharing that stuff. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
God. You want to take a little break before we get into to Russia, or what?
Bloody hell! But this life is sort of, I'm a cynic, bitten journalist, whatever it's called, But life, sometimes it unfolds. The universe just seems to just like open like a flower. Stuff happens. If you're doing things for the right reason, I always feel it helps. And when I'm in Syria about to sit down with the ISIS Beatles terrorist cell, two guys, I'd read my guiding kind of guidebook to this was this book by a Danish journalist, Puck Damsgaard, and she'd interviewed on the Danish hostage about captivity. So I'm reading her book, trying to pick up stuff that I can use in my interview with the terrorists to try and get them to open up. And I'm sitting in my dusty guest house in Syria, in the Kurdish-controlled part of Syria. And I come across an excerpt where it's talking about, because the hostages never know which terrorist is who, because they're wearing masks, and they don't know if it's, and they gave them the nicknames from the Beatles, George, Ringo, Paul, and John. And they kind of figure out Jihadi John could have been so-and-so. But so I'm knowing I'm about to interview two of these terrorists, Elsheikh and Kotey. The hostages are guessing who they are all the time. And the hostages think this, one of them, who they call George, had chokehold Jim, and they're trying to figure it out. And I'm writing down notes. I'm going, okay, page 98, whatever, paragraph. And it's such a shame. I really need to call the author. It'd be pretty handy if I could ask her, because then I could try and make sense of this, see if she can help me piece it together. I'm sitting in this hotel. The door opens. A blonde woman walks in and goes, "Hi." And my name is Puck. I'm like, that's funny. Good timing you walking in. Tell me what do you reckon this paragraph in your book means? And she's like, I can't believe it. She goes, what? And I'm like, sorry, I'm here about to go and interview the ISIS Beatles cell, and I'm reading your book. She calls Daniel. Yeah, that's amazing. This from Syria. It says, Daniel, look, with Sean Langan, he's about to go and interview him. Do you mind talking and trying to figure out who you think's who? And I talk with Puck and Daniel, and we kind of establish, and it allows me, with his kind of eyewitness account, when I sit down with these two guys, to ask them questions that put them in a difficult position and figure out who's who and who did what, and talk about divine intervention, just the universe happening. But she walks into the hotel the day before I interviewed them in Syria.
Nuts. We can't make that shit up. Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into the other side.
Yeah.
Which was your project about the war in Ukraine. Which, by the way, in December of 24 won the European Broadcast Union's Rose d'Or Award. So congratulations. And also Best Documentary at the Monte Carlo TV Festival. Yeah. And those are just the ones that I saw. Maybe there's some others that I missed as well. But
it's critically doing, it's doing very well critically. I say it's doing very well with some relief, because before it was broadcast, some British newspapers, should this even be shown, this could give oxygen to the pro-Putin propaganda. Online trolls this is before this was aired last year on ITV, Britain, one of Britain's the main commercial broadcaster in Britain. It's called Ukraine's War, the Other Side. And we live in an age, how times has changed. When we were talking from the beginning of my career, the journalist, my whole driving force, me and most war foreign journalists, is to understand war, to report on it, but to understand all sides, both sides of the story. When the invasion of Ukraine happened, February 22, how times has changed. I'd been spending 30 years going to war zones, interviewing all sides, the enemy, other side, to understand war, why people are fighting. In this day and age of the sort of online social media algorithms, where it encourages division, you're either for one side or the other. It happens in politics, identity politics, gender politics. I thought my field of journalism, foreign correspondence, was somehow safe from this culture wars going on in the rest of our world. But suddenly in the last few years, we just, to my surprise, supposed to take sides. Now, I'm Western. I believe in very much in Western values and what we represent. Not always living up to our values in the West, but what we represent. And actually going to these countries, covering the wars, I've often seen it as my job to reflect back on our society. Are we living up to our values? But at the same time, it's strengthened my belief. When you see you've been tortured by other people, you see how other authoritarian regimes act. But no one ever accused me of being pro-Taliban if I interviewed them. So I'm watching the war in Ukraine unfold, the invasion, February 22. And I'm watching at home TV the first 6 months. Every day I'm just seeing stories from the Ukrainian side. And if you look at the map, just purely logistically, it's the most one-sided coverage of any war in the last 30, 40 years. In my living memory, that all the Western journalists, TV, writers, all on the Ukrainian side of the front lines. There's barely any reports are coming out on the Russian-occupied side, from the Russian-occupied side of Ukraine. And I think I might be wrong, but personally, I, in the first 6 months, hadn't seen a single interview with a Russian soldier serving in Ukraine. So that was my starting point, that I wanted to understand their side of the story, to report from that side. Doesn't mean I'm pro-Russian, but in this day and age, that wouldn't have been a surprising thing to do 25, 30 years ago, 10 years ago. But now I think we're living in this world where even foreign journalists, war journalists, are expected to take sides, and you're going to be shot down and cancelled if you report from the other side. But that's my job, and it came under a lot of flack. But thankfully, we still live in a world where people are allowed to watch and make up their own minds, and it did rather well. And it's not pro-Russian Kremlin propaganda. It's very critical of the war, but it does show the human face of those living in Donbass, Donetsk, who may be pro-Russian or not. And you see Russian soldiers. So before it aired, online social media kicks in. This is pro-Russian propaganda. In Australia, where it was aired, this Ukrainian ambassador, I completely understand why a Ukrainian ambassador would feel the need to attack it. Called it the journalist equivalent of a bowl of puke. That's not the best review I've ever had for a film. But it's grown and just stood the test of time, and it's now winning awards. And I think it does a small part to shed light on that war from a side we don't see reported.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, for what it's worth, like, my opinion doesn't count for much. But when I watched it for the first time, like prior to hearing about, some of the pushback or criticism, like, I didn't think that it was biased. I think that, you showed the Russian soldiers, you showed them looking at pictures of their kids on their phones, and like that humanized them in people's eyes. But like in no way was that you being some sort of a Putin apologist or picking a side. I thought it was completely non-biased.
Yeah. Well, so one of the criticisms was I've humanized and shown the human face of Russian soldiers. Now, I'll take that criticism. If it's a criticism to show the human face of people, Well, that's something I'm not ashamed of. But I think it's indicative because if that Ukrainian war is where it really started, that we're expected in the West to take sides as journalists. Of course, you can take sides, but as a journalist, we're supposed to be reporting. We're seeing that even more now with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And online, it's just people have taken fixed positions and vitriol aimed hatred at the other side, blame. And so it's getting harder and harder in this world to try and maintain a critical distance, but to go in and report on all sides. I feel there should be no safe space or no-go areas for journalists. As a foreign correspondent, I think I should be able to go anywhere in the world, everywhere. And even if it's in places where obviously you may not be free to see things, you may be trying. The authorities or terrorists might be trying to manipulate you. Well, you still go, and then you make the editorial decision. What do you show? But it's getting harder and harder. But yeah, anyway, I'm glad I went. It's doing well. And it was the most mind-blowing experience I've had because you're sitting in the center of Europe, the heart of Europe. And I'd never experienced anything like it. So I'm in Donetsk. It's a sort of modern city. You can get a nice cafe latte, a flat white. There's sushi bars. 10 minutes up the road, out the city, it's like you've traveled back 100 years in time because you're in a trench, mud. It's industrial warfare, like artillery, nothing I'd experienced in America, British wars in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. It's just industrialized killing. You're in trench. It's like being 1917, but there's drones everywhere. There's this new macabre, and it's disturbing drones because you'll see a drone above your head, and it could be dropping a grenade or calling in artillery. And then you'd get out of that trench, 15 minutes back in town, you're having a sushi or a coffee. And that dissonance between the modern and this 1917 World War I trench warfare is just deeply disturbing. And then later on, I'm with Russian units, and we're walking through fields where they'd lost thousands of men taking a hill the last few months, and I'm there with these units coming forward. But there's been the trees in the wood line, in the woods near the fields, like tree stumps, like conjuring up images of Passchendaele and Flanders in the World War I. But in the turf I'm walking in, blown up by artillery shells, there's bits of kit, military kit, but not only from this war, from World War II. Because these battles today, talk about history repeating itself, are taking place on some of the battlefields, the greatest, worst battlefields in World War II between the Nazis and the Soviet Army, the Red Army. And it's taking place. Kursk, the greatest, biggest tank battle in World War II. This is all in Ukrainian territory today. So it was strange walking through these fields, and it's carrying on today. The world can only, I think, to give the benefit of doubt, probably because you hear terms like fatigue. People are growing fatigued of the war in Ukraine. And, for people in Ukraine, it's like, oh, it's easy for you to turn your back on our suffering. And the same is happening now. We're growing fatigued of watching what's happening in Gaza. But as we're sitting here talking, the war in Ukraine is going on. There's a ceasefire in Gaza, but we're in this cycle of endless wars.
Yeah. So, let's get into some of the content of the actual film. So I recommend people check it out because it's insane. The way, the way you do your pieces with you and the camera, it works, and it's nuts when you capture these things. So it's on Amazon on Prime. I encourage people to check it out.
I didn't realize.
Yeah. There you go.
How do you get?
That's how I watched it, at least.
I haven't got a penny.
Yeah. And if they want to watch The Hostage Takers, I had a really hard time finding that one.
Hard to get.
I have a university login and it did it through like a website that gives.
That's made by Danish TV. It's in English, or they got subtitles.
Yeah.
But the Ukraine film, Ukraine's War, the Other Side, was made by ITV. Yeah, I thought it was on Apple. It's at Amazon. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So anyway, one of the first things that like really struck me was the scene where you're just interviewing. You're not talking to soldiers yet. You're talking to just people that are living kind of right near the front lines. And there's a woman, Nina, this old woman, Nina, that you're talking to, and basically like as you're talking to her, you're interviewing her, you're asking her questions. There's just this massive artillery shell that like lands. It sounded like right next to you guys.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even flinch.
No.
Like she doesn't move a muscle.
Yeah.
And like that was crazy to see. And then that reminded me of another scene where we started talking about this last night, and I told you to save it for today because I think I know what you're getting at. But where the woman was walking her dog. Can you talk about that?
So yeah. And it's all I'm doing. There's no skill on my part. Literally, I got some good cameras which I set on automatic. So all I'm trying to do is capture, but it's like with a butterfly net, and trying to capture the madness of war. And there's no craft involved. You just got to be there. Robert Capa, a photographer who was there at D-Day, you got to just get close enough. It has its risks, but because for me, what I'm trying to do is we get tired of these things. I feel news can only teach you so much about the wars and humanity. And the reason why I like being with civilians and so I don't interview people, but I'm just trying to capture a feeling so someone back home here in America or Britain can watch it and feel what it's like to be there. So we're driving around in the front lines, because here's the thing about the war in Ukraine. The front lines in trenches 10 minutes outside of town, but the towns, cities are being bombed, and the front lines are the civilian areas. And I'm driving in this very plain, pleasant-looking suburb with nice brownstone buildings like Brooklyn in Donetsk, right on the front lines between Ukrainian and Russian, pro-Russian positions. And it's a lovely scene because I'm driving through this area, and we just start hearing shells and rockets, grads and all sorts coming overhead. And I'm saying, wow, we better put on our flak jacket. Me and my lovely fixer, this local, who's having to put up with me. And we're like, oh no. And it's a running joke, 'cause we never have our flak jacket on, because you never know when you're going to be having a coffee and a sushi or in a war situation. So we park the car, and I get out of the car, and I just stick the camera on the roof of the car, and it's pointing towards me, and I'm putting on my flak jacket, and I'm talking to the camera. And what's kind of happening here is, here I am, look at me, alpha male war journalist. But this is what I love about just capturing the moment. Behind me, so, I'm not there deliberately trying to look at me, I'm tough, but that's part of it, subconsciously. Look at me, a war journalist. Behind me, walking into frame, is this woman with a lovely coat walking her dog. And it's a little sausage dog, a Dachshund. And I'm like, I'm so tough. And I'd be like the war journalists now. Here we are, because they always do that, the front line. Here we are on the front line with their press. Well, that's being undermined, because look at me, I'm huff. But there's a woman behind walking a dog. She's not flinching, nor's the dog. I'm like, hang on, you're ruining the shot, darling. So I'm like, oh my God. So I just turn the camera and go up to her and say, sorry, we're across the road still. And I ask my fixer, lovely Sasha, saying, sorry, do you mind if we ask you a question? She's like, oh, sorry, what is it? She's walking over with a little woolen hat. And I say, you're not worried about all these shells? And she's like, what shells? I'm like, these things flying over and rockets. She goes, oh, no, don't worry. They're far away. We can tell when they're close. It's no problem. We're used to it. And it's such a lovely thing, because here's this lovely woman out for a walk, and me, the big alpha male, I'm the one who's like panicking. And she's like, what shells? And it's actually a mortar coming in. It's so close. The whole microphone starts woof, and it's a massive explosion. Because she's going, what shells? I'm like, that one. I can actually see red flames coming out from rockets and mortars. It's so close you can actually see the tail. It's really low flying, and we're like, that's what we're talking about. And we say maybe we should come up against the wall too. So she reluctantly takes cover. I'm wearing flak jacket, helmet. I'm feeling a bit overdressed. And the camera now, she's now picked up her little Dachshund, and I'm stroking the dog, who looks incredibly calm. And I say to her, do you want to borrow my helmet? And she laughs, thinking it's a joke. And she went, no, don't be silly. Don't embarrass me. I'm like, I ain't joking. Do you want the fucking hat or not? What's coming across in this moment is these civilians who they are not post-traumatic, but they are so full-on shell-shocked. And that's that old First World War term, which was replaced with the term post-traumatic stress disorder. It's actually far more accurate. Everyone here is shell-shocked. In Kiev, all over Ukraine, there's a civilian population, and I'm sure in Gaza, people are now shell-shocked. So she's like, doesn't even want the helmet. And you see in her eyes, though, the fear and the trauma. And that's when it's both a lovely scene and a bit of light-hearted humour, but you see what war is really like, this woman. And then there's a slight lull, and she goes, I think I should go. And she's so sweet, and she walks off. And now, we've cast everyone on that side pro-Russian as not worth our interest. But here you just see a woman, she could be anywhere in Ukraine, and they're all suffering, and it's just, she leaves. And then the camera, I don't edit very well. I've got no great skills in filming. I'm just filming, and there's a woman sitting on the ground, like this, no big deal. And she's sort of tending, old babushka, they call her, an old woman. She's rather large. Sitting there, and she's like, hi. I'm like, what are you doing here? And she's talking to me in Russian. And I go over and start talking. I sit down with her, and she just starts talking to me. She's got shell shock. And I then say in English, do you mind if I smoke? That's when she twigs, oh my God, you're not Russian journalist. And starts going, oh, and starts kissing me. And then says, do you want to come to mine for a cup of tea? I'm like, yeah, well, why not? And what's the matter? We go around the back of the house. The back of the house is now directly on the front line. It's like just over a kilometre to Ukrainian side. There's holes blown in all the back of the houses. This is where it's so telling about what it's like to live in a war zone for civilians. Because you don't get this from the news anchor, CNN or BBC or ITV saying, tell me about, give me a soundbite. I'm just like, oh my God, what is happening? Following this woman up to her apartment. And it's so beautiful because we come into a little kitchen. I mean, there's a hole in the side of her house. She's embarrassed, as you would be as a lovely mother, that she hasn't done the washing up. She's going, I don't want you filming. Don't let me wash up first. Don't want your audience thinking I don't run a nice kitchen. I'm like, I don't think no one's going to notice. There's shells flying over. You've got a fucking hole in your front of your door. And then the phone rings. I'm just capturing all this whole time, thinking any moment we're going to get blown to smithereens. I'm just trying, and holding the camera just keeps you sane as well. Her phone rings, and I'm in her small kitchen. She's now making me coffee. The phone rings. It's her neighbour. She's like, I can't talk now, Nadia. Or Vladimir, or whatever her name is. I can't talk now. I got some visitors. Very important journalists. And I'm thinking, she's getting one up on her neighbour. That's what's really... I've made her day that she's now got one-upmanship on her neighbour. Gotta go, Ludmilla. Puts the phone down. And I'm saying to my fixer, look, it's getting so intense. I'm like, we really need to go, but she doesn't want us to leave. And we drive off, and I'm like, oh my God, I am driving off. People saying, you're very brave. She's back there in that house on the front line. And there were like mines outside. And she goes, she finds mines and picks them up and throws them away. And her saying it was safe. She'd been in hospital because she'd got a shrapnel wound. And I managed to capture that madness, but you don't see on news, and it was a privilege to capture it, but you got to, it's just and I'm just thinking of her now, it's the suffering, and it's happening now in Israel and Gaza, more trauma, But we forget when we watch the news. And I think what I'm trying to do in my films is if you don't do the normal news stuff, you show humor, humanity, you don't get bored of it. It's life. And I feel we've got it's filmmakers' journalist responsibility to tell these stories so you, the audience, don't lose interest, don't get fatigued, and also are able to empathize. I think that's important.
Yeah. Do you know what happened to those ladies?
No. I know Nina, the little one, when she was, Nina is about 80, about that high. And when it was the mortar, I think, or rocket hit, and we came really close, she doesn't flinch. And I'm embarrassed. I duck. So I'm now crouched and I look up and she's standing there looking down at me. And she's smiling, going, like, get off the ground. What's wrong with you? She just went, now you know how we live. She's still alive, living on the front line. Her granddaughter, who's in the film, Yulia, I know they're still alive. Yeah. But, I know a lot of people who've died, friends of mine, people I filmed with. Yeah, so, that's the world we live in.
What about when you interviewed the Wagner Group guy? That was interesting.
So, so there's certain things. So the Wagner Group, the private military company, these were local Ukrainian pro-Russian fighters who I met on a front line, but they had been in Wagner, and because Wagner were recruiting local fighters to fight in Ukraine because they got better local knowledge, and these guys had been with Wagner and Redout, I think it's called Redu. You've done your research, which is a kind of, I think, GRU, Russian military intelligence private military company. And so it turned out these local fighters had actually been involved with both very notorious private military companies and had actually been involved in the invasion, had been up near Kiev. And I'm like, I knew I was running a risk there, but there's some stuff when you're in Russian-occupied territory you don't really want to discover on camera, because I'm like, oh God, I've trodden on. And it was and they'd been in Bucha, which is a notorious place for war crimes, where the Russians, something like 70, I think, civilians bound and shot on the streets. And they'd been there. And of course, they were denying it. And I actually believe these individuals may not have been involved themselves, but, he may not have seen anything. But still, the whole atmosphere changed. I'm now in a front line with guys who were like, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I hadn't asked that question then. Because I hadn't asked, are you in Wagner? They just were like, yeah, I was in Wagner. And it was a difficult situation because I then have to go with them in a trench. Yeah. So there was some scary moments there. But there were the average Russian soldier I met, a local, one thing is too easy. We get in the West, they're all fighting. They all believe the Russian propaganda. Well, there's this, and that's a very condescending thing that people don't think for themselves. We can think for ourselves because we're like high and mighty on our pedestals, the West. These people around the world just follow blindly propaganda. But in fact, a lot of people telling me, no, I'm fighting for this reason, or I know why I'm fighting, and they weren't. There's a lot of wisdom on front lines, and a lot of honesty. They always say the closer you get to the front line. And I found out with the soldiers, because the further back you are, people are worried about losing jobs or getting arrested. When you're in a trench, dying every second, there's a brutal honesty, but also humanity and compassion. So that's why I like going right on the front line. There was a scene where I met these young soldiers, again, which is contrary to what we read a lot, that they can't, there's a problem with recruitment, and they're having to recruit sort of soldiers from the far-flung regions of the former Soviet Union that, Russians themselves aren't joining up. So I'm in these woods, and young soldiers around a campfire, assault teams, and a lot of them were from St. Petersburg, but these are the guys you were saying, just looking at the photos there, and they were nice kids who knew why they were fighting, and they weren't stupid, and they weren't also swallowing Kremlin propaganda. They had their criticisms. They were very self-aware, but there was this, they're doing their business, and I was struck by how reminiscent it was, reminding me of young American British soldiers up in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I remember a German broadcaster saying to me, well, looks fake, maybe. How do you know it's real? I'm like, why? And it's like, well, because they're too nice. That's another thing. I'm like, so do you want me to just only film people who look like murderers and looters? That we can't believe the other side or enemy might be human like us. So maybe, I think again, this film really showed me how I think we're living in dangerous times, that we dehumanize the other side too easy. You don't believe other side's point of view. So, I think my battery, I've noticed, I'm exhausted by that ISIS talk. Just drawn out.
Yeah. We're almost done.
Yeah.
But back to the Wagner Group guy. It's funny you bring up Bucha, because we keep talking about Brent Tucker, who was the Delta Force operator I had in here. He's the podcast that you watched.
Okay.
Or the clip, rather.
Yeah.
And he talks about Bucha, and he was, because he was in Ukraine doing some, I don't know if he would want me to say what he's doing, even though it's not mercenary work. It's not that at all. It's actually like anyway, he just doesn't want credit for the good things that he does. So he didn't mention what he was doing on camera, so I won't mention it. But anyway, he was there in Ukraine, and he talks about in the podcast being in Bucha and being there. He said, basically what he said is, I was on the scene before the Ukrainian military, and he said he saw people with their hands tied behind their backs and bullet holes in their heads and just blatant war crimes. And another point that he made is,
100%. We saw those on the camera.
And he's basically, the other point that he made, he's like, listen, like, this sounds dark, but like, if you're going to do a war crime, like, at least try to cover it up, like cut the ropes off and take them with you. And he's like, they don't even give a shit. They're just doing it right in the open. Yeah. And I made a video about this, and like a little clip, and people in the comments were like, this is Western propaganda. Like, this shit didn't happen. This guy's, Well, this is why I think we should be, and I hope it's not too late, but aware of this thing about that. We can no longer believe that there are no facts. It starts off, I'm an older guy, but I remember, and it's before my time, not that old, great American news anchorman, Walter Cronkite or Ed Morrow. There are certain facts you can establish in this world beyond reasonable doubt, whether it's in court and to me. And the trouble is, and again, it's happening, for all its problems and bias, when they talk about legacy or mainstream media, I'd like to remind people, watching that, so the course is bias. But when I'm working for a broadcaster, I have to check my facts and do my due diligence, which I don't have to do if I'm just putting my own stuff online. I can go on X or YouTube or whatever it is, and no one's saying, hang on, where's your source that you can just broadcast nowadays. And and the trouble is, though, also authoritarian regimes have all jumped on the bandwagon by saying fake news, it's false, and people online. So yeah, that Butch thing, people were saying on the comments page, like, who the fuck are those guys saying it's fake, it's American propaganda, whatever. Who are they? Who are you sitting in wherever you are? You always look at these people going, oh, that's fake. I'm like, if you left your fucking house to check yourself, or you're just going online to check, taking that a bit personally, because, there are still old style, I don't want to use the word old style because they're doing it today, modern. I think, more than 100 journalists have been killed in Gaza. Now there'll be questions like, are they journalists or whatever? But whatever they are, they're being killed trying to film stuff. So in Bucha, it's beyond established facts that there's dead bodies bound, shot, and it's easy and cheap to make some comment.
it was propaganda. Well, give us some evidence it's propaganda.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And so the last thing on the Wagner Group guy, he mentions that he said he worked for Wagner at one point, but he also worked for Redoute at one point. And what he said is both
far
were
less known, but
right. Yeah. And what he said was like both were in Kiev and
Bucha. They were on the outskirts of Kiev.
Bucha. And what he said is both were doing different things. And then he also added
interesting work, I think you said.
He said it was a very interesting job. What was he referring to? Do you know?
Yeah, well, what I found fascinating from that little conversation, he blurted out. It wasn't known, I think. I hadn't read in any reports that Wagner and this other private military corporation were involved in the invasion. There was no reports at the time. It was the Russian army and the paratroopers parachuted, but clearly they were at the tip of the spear. They used. That's why the guys I met with, who were Ukrainian, local pro-Russian fighters fighting in Donbass, were hired because they know the territory. So I imagine they were like the pathfinders in the American and British who were ahead of other units. Maybe they're already, I don't know. But it seemed, what he meant by interesting work was they were on the outskirts of Kiev and then very quickly after the invasion, leading Russian army units using their local knowledge. That's what I took to mean was interesting work. And that's why it makes sense when he said we pulled out of Bucha, because he wasn't with the Russian army. And by all accounts, when I read New York Times and other official accounts, there was actually a Russian army unit which has been named, who are the most likely responsible for the murder of those civilians. And I think these Wagner guys would already have left by that point, because they're more like specialist fighters, whatever they were doing, interesting work as they call it.
And that reminded me too. There's another scene in the film where you're being shown some weapons like NATO weapons that were seized from Ukraine, like the shoulder-fired, the anti-tank rockets, the AT-4s, I think they were, and those Russian Spetsnaz guys walk in and they're wearing the cry pants and their faces are blurred. Like, what was that interaction like? And
Well, their faces weren't blurred
in the film, I mean.
Yeah. So I'm in a place called Svatova, up on the Eastern Front. Eastern Front, President Zelensky is referred to as hell on earth, and it's where the most intense fighting is. And I'm up there, and it was at that point, late 23, and there had been some lightning counter advances by the offensives by the Ukrainian forces very close to where I was, and they'd been routing the Russians at that point. So the Russians at that point were at their lowest ebb and pulling back into this town where I was, Svatova. But I'm in a garage, like a house garage, controlled by this sort of unit I was with. And they were showing me off their NATO weapons, because there are NATO weapons littering that battlefield, but being used by both sides, and they've ended up in Russian hands. And they're showing me these NATO, Swedish, American weaponry, and they just openly show me in this garage. And then suddenly there's these shouts outside, really like aggressive shouts. I can translate now because I had it translated. What the fuck is he doing? Why have you got a foreigner in here? I didn't know that. All I'm hearing is shouting. And again, it's about, when I used to suddenly meet terrorists or Taliban, I kind of go in shock. I just shut down and go calm. So these guys run in. Now, we'd read about low morale amongst Russian soldiers, and well, these guys, their morale's through the roof. And I know straight away they're not normal soldiers, because they come in and they're clearly, you just can tell, special forces. And they walk in and they're like, who the fuck is this guy? And again, special forces, there's a real swagger about these guys. And they're playing with me and they're really angry at the beginning, but they know I'm no risk. So they're like fully in control and they're like threatening me. And I'm just filming. I was carrying filming. And I had it translated. It's sometimes good not to go back to my Mr. Magoo, not speaking the language, because thank God I don't know what they're saying, which is, we're going to kill him. I'm going to cut out his liver and eat it. But this is Russian humor, dark humor. So they're talking about frying my liver. That's a kind of dark humor I'm not, au fait with. But then my fixer brilliantly thinking on his feet, well, can we do an interview? And they're like, well, all right, we won't kill him now, and let's do the interview. And so I interview, and it's Spetsnaz, Russian Special Forces. And yeah, I mean, it's like, all I'm thinking is, don't shoot me. I can't remember what I asked them. But they're quite clever, smart guys. That's the other thing. And they're well read, like, American, British Special Forces. They know their stuff. And it was quite illuminating. They leave. I which is not in the film. A month or so later, I get arrested because they must have, some commanding officer hears that Spetsnaz, who've never done an interview, I think, there was maybe some archive footage with Spetsnaz in this Afghanistan. They may have done interviews with Russian, but there's no known interview with Spetsnaz on Western media. So I think word got out and they were probably in trouble. Next time I was in that town, I get arrested by military intelligence, and the Spetsnaz guys are there, and I'm invited to a town and invited to stay in a hotel but can't leave, and invited for lunch. Even though I go out for a cigarette, I've got a guard. So I think the official word is I'm detained without it being, and then told you need to leave the country pretty damn quickly. And what's weird is, and some of these guys who are talking to me in English going, I know he's a spy, what's he doing? Of course he's not a journalist. And it's, again, was enlightening that there isn't a monolithic state, because some people are saying he's good. They're getting calls from Moscow Foreign Affairs Ministry saying, no, he's a journalist. Someone from Ministry of Intelligence or Defense saying, what the fuck's he doing there? Who's he? Arrest him. So they're like, well, your visa's running out. You need to leave. And I'm driving the last day, a visa, like 1 day left on my visa. And, there had been an American journalist arrested at this point. I know they can use journalists as pawns in. And the running joke I'd had with my fixer was that if we fuck up, we're going to end up in a gulag in Siberia. But I'm feeling I haven't got enough footage yet. And I'm like, we've just wasted this getting detained by these Spetsnaz guys. Let's go back to this area we filmed. And that's the last scene of the film. You see me on the front lines. I had 1 day left of my visa. I have to get to Moscow. And we're sitting in the trench under relenting fire. And they've just taken this forest. They're really pleased. They've lost like 600 men and thousands have been wounded. It's pointless. That's the other thing about this war. The attrition rate and deaths for 1 mile or 100 meters taken is ridiculous. I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh my God, we've got to get back to Moscow. My visa's about to run out. Fuck, we'll definitely end up in Siberia, in a gulag. What we don't realize, the unit we were with are Siberian. They don't speak English, but they hear the word Siberian. They're like, oh, what's he saying about Siberia? And Sash, my friend, saying, oh, it's just saying, it's a joke of ours, we might end up in a gulag. And they're like, what's wrong with Siberia? And I'm like, there's this comedy scene. I'm like, what? I thought the whole world associated Siberia with gulags. Well, not Siberians. They're like, what's wrong with Siberia? And one said, Siberia's lovely in spring. We're like, whatever. Get in the car, drive. I drive 32, whatever hours, get to Moscow, get out of there on a plane to London with some caviar. That was it. But I never forget, upset the poor Siberians.
Oh, that's a funny one.
Yeah.
So last thing before we wrap this up, I thought of another scene. There was one where you were standing in a church that was blown out.
Yeah, that's that. Village, yeah.
It's what?
That's where I went that last day.
Okay.
Before we go to the front line, that village was church.
And yeah, so you were standing in this church and it was just blown to hell, and you got emotional standing in it.
It's weird what hits you. So I'd been there. It was a tough shoot. I've been 3 times overall. 3 months. Like you're talking about those that in Donetsk, where I'm meeting the women who were shell shocked. It's the sound. So you're near the front line in this village, mud, tanks, it's mainly outgoing. And most of the sound when I was in Donetsk is Russian artillery and Ukrainian cities, rockets. And I'm like, what? The sound is hellish and industrial. It's like being in a fat, and you're thinking, what's it like on the other side, you know? But I'm now in this frontline village where it's both outgoing and incoming, and it's just unrelenting. You know, you're jumping the whole time, and that's why you get when you see the First World War, people having shell shock. It really gets to your nerves. And walking along this mud with a doctor, a medic, and I forget it's Easter Sunday. You know, I'm like, fuck, it's Easter. And as we're saying, yeah, it's Easter. We come to this corner and there's this beautiful Russian Orthodox, Ukrainian Orthodox church. And it's so stunning. And for a tiny village with little dachas, and you're not expecting a rather grand church in this little village. And it's beautiful. And of course, it's half blown up and the roof's off. And you walk in, and it's just a beautiful church with these lovely icons everywhere, gold. I'm looking up at the sky, but the noise is just unrelenting. And there's a drone flying, a Ukrainian drone. So the Russians are trying to shoot it down, and they're using got these sort of guns to make a big noise. So I'm just in this church, this beautiful place of, you know, I find all religious, a church, a mosque, a synagogue, they're very quite beautiful places and spiritual. And there I am, and there's a cross on the ground, and there's a painting of a saint or Jesus on the wall, a fresco, all damaged. You know, I grew up watching movies, Second World War, of these damaged mosques, synagogues, churches in war-ravaged Europe. And here I am in one, and the sound is unrelating. And there's that, and there's two doves fly over. You know, I'm capturing on camera. And it was just that horrible dissonance of being in a church on Easter Sunday and just unrelenting artillery and gunfire. And I had a little, it got to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious what you're feeling in that moment.
I was feeling like, I've had enough of this, and this is where war is. Just what are we doing? Yeah. And again, people said, should you have included that in the film? Because I don't give a fuck at that point. Whose shell was it? You know, of course, Russia's wrong. There's no doubt in the film. They've invaded, brought war to this region, this land, this country. And I say very clearly, they're fighting for the right to self-determination, their independence. And we fully support them. But I'm just in a church, and it's just, you know, it's like war is hell.
Dude, this has been this has been so awesome. And I'm glad
you enjoyed it.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
It's been hell for me. No, I'm joking.
And so, and you just got back from Israel as well for scoping out a trip for, you know, research for your next project. I'd love to have you back after you do that one.
Yeah.
But, so that's what's next for you, I take it.
Yeah, I hope, yeah. Looking at the war in, it's a ceasefire at the moment, but it's early days. I'm just on a research trip. I was down by the Gaza envelope last week, as they call it, the envelope on the Israeli side, looking in. So we'll see.
Yeah. Dude, this is, first of all, like, thank you for being so open and generous with your time and coming out here from London and, you know, telling me I can ask you anything and talking to me about anything. Like,
yeah, I'm having like Stockholm syndrome. You got this dark curtains. And, no, it's been a pleasure. Do you shake hands?
Yeah, we can shake hands. Seriously, man, it's an honor. Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure. And I just want to say, because do you get military people viewing? Because I know the way I've been crossing my legs in the European style, but don't judge me. I know what you American soldiers like. Okay.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, brother.
It's been a real pleasure.
This is awesome. Thank you, Sean. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for taking the time to watch the interview. If you got anything out of this video at all, please like the video, leave me a comment, tell me what you thought of the video, tell me who you'd like to see on the show. I really appreciate the support. It goes a long way on these platforms, as you guys know. Most importantly, I have some excellent interviews coming up in the future that I'm really, really excited about. So please subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of them. But that's it. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it, and hope to see you again soon.